Right, we're 8:15. A little bit later than I originally intended, but you know, we do what we can with what we've got. First time in a while I've actually gone for a walk after I've eaten breakfast. Starting to remember exactly why I always go before I have breakfast. It is a madness. Morning, everybody. Yazid, walaikum salam, brother. Hope you and the family doing well. Hope everyone is happy. Hope everyone's had a good night's rest. Oh. You know, when I was making this image, I did feel kind of bad for Miss Finch, that I've laid Miss Finster here to be a racist and a fascist. I don't think she actually ever was in the TV show, in all honesty. I believe what we're looking for is misunderstood woman. And Bailey, come on. Dear me. My dog's been in a really strange mood this morning. Really strange. But either way, I had a feeling that thank you for the heart, me J lady. Hope you're doing well, darling. Hope the family are all good. I'm finding that what's what I was looking for? Oh yeah, so when I was getting this made, I thought about it, because naturally, of course, with grok you can almost make anything. The image that came up when I first requested it, it gave off really bad racist overtones. So I was like, right, you know what? Let's see if we can actually help make people understand the point. So obviously I haven't actually used the image of Miss Finster, for example. So we'll just say that she's we'll say she's like the evil sister. How about that? Because I don't think people actually understand and appreciate how bad a sellout is to their community, to their culture. Like, sellouts are dangerous. They really are. You know, the amount of pain they cause is untold. It's borderline untold because there's so many cases of it. And I thought, right, the only way I'm going to get through to a lot of people from my background is the next best thing to a sellout is Randall. Randall, who tells other kids, oh, I'm not going to tell, I won't do that, I won't tell on you, I'm one of you. And then goes and tells the dictator later on, Miss Finster. See? Same principle. Although I did actually have previously, where is it? Did I remove it? Yeah, I did, I removed it. I did have someone with a white t-shirt on with an I Love Tommy on it. But again, I was like, nah, let's just get rid of it. It just makes sense too. Ugh. Good morning, Colin. How we doing? Little man, is the sick bugs been up or not? Oh, poor little man. I hope he recovers well. And swiftly, especially in this damn heat. Good God. Oh, little man. I don't know why I've had to reprove that comment, Colin. It's a lovely comment. These, can you give an actual example? Can you give an example in a natural life scenario for us adults? Yeah, absolutely. So there's a man on here. Actually, you know what? Let's go the other side of it. There's a content creator. She's called Based and Bougie. She claims to be a patriot and completely turns her back on her community, culture and everything for the pennies of the fascists and the racists. You've got a man on this app called Bobby Singh, who's a Sikh individual who does not represent the Sikh religion, because I started looking into Sikhism and found some very interesting things that and These, if you go to my profile, you'll see the first video that comes up is the recent one I made. Just watch 30 seconds of it and you will see what a sellout is, because it's disgusting. It is fucking atrocious when you've got people who are more than happy to sell out their own people and everyone around them for the sake of the adulation of fascists and racists. It's truly despicable, it really is. And there's not a single case in history where a sellout has actually prospered and benefited from selling people out. Like I said, just go and have a look at 1939, I want to say Ethiopia. Sellouts didn't prosper there. I'm sure we can all think of lots of examples that we've seen in literature, whether it's fantasy fiction, non-fiction. There's so many examples of where the types of rats that don't actually prosper or benefit. They gain a short-term benefit of some sort of money and status within the racist, but then as soon as it starts getting turned on them, they run back to us. Because that's what they do. As we've seen, there are people on this app who align themselves with far-right individuals, those who have an issue with, usually with one religion, sometimes two. Bailey. Yeah, you're not having that, it's way too big. Ooh. Now, I'm usually banned from most of these far-right lives because a lot of them don't like me. Because according to them, I'm the race traitor, even though I stand by the human race. Yeah, a lot of these far-right individual lives, the ones who are, anti-Islam or anti-immigration, these are the same ones who will happily have one or two people who you would probably call tokens, who will perpetrate and propagate their rhetoric, and they use it, Bailey Cross, they use it as almost a, oh, well, I've got a person here who agrees with me, so I can't be racist, that kind of mentality. The same kind of mentality that Layla Cunningham clearly has for reform. And if anyone hasn't seen Femi's latest video, I strongly urge you to go and have a look. Because if you want to have a look at a very clear and indicted sellout, have a look at Layla Cunningham. Because they actually managed to get, somehow, how the hell it managed to happen, I don't know, but I'd love to see the intricacies of it. Reform managed to get Layla Cunningham to debate with Femi. Now, Femi's released 30-odd second clips of however long this debate is, because the video is not finalised yet. So I can't wait to see that. But literally in that video, Layla Cunningham says, I don't have a problem with Pakistanis. I have many friends who are Pakistanis. It's like the first thing you hear out of the clip, and you sit there going, right, okay, so obviously Femi's just put her in a spliff and rolled her up big time. And it is incredible to watch and witness. It really is. This is what I'm saying. Sellouts do not prosper, especially when they're being chosen for their tokenism, basically, because that is exactly what Layla Cunningham is. You couldn't argue that anyone's actually been selected any more for a reason than what she has. She is a horrible human being. And it was astounding to actually see. It really is. I don't know how long the video is going to go for, but either way, as soon as that video is released, I'm getting the popcorn, I'm getting the food, everything. Pure silence, just listening and watching. It's going to be really interesting to see Femi spin her around in circles. Oh, it's not his fault though, so he's alright. You have your head screwed on, pal? You didn't think I was being rude? No, Deez, no, you're all cool. Miss Blue Jeans, you're so right. You're seeing 6ix9ine dead. I'll tell you what, I don't know enough about 6ix9ine. The only thing, because he's the Mexican guy, isn't he? Who says the N-word like a hell of a lot. I don't understand why. But I get that. That's probably going to be a different conversation for another day. I've never understood how and why people like him can get away with saying it. It's just really fucking strange to me. But different thing for different time. Morning, Johnny. How we doing, buddy? Hope you and the family are well. How we doing, buddy? Hope you and the family are well. Thank you for the heart, me. Morning, Lavender, darling. How we doing? Thank you for the heart, me. Hope you and the family are doing well. Tell you what, it's a bit humid. Is anti-immigration racist? Well, I wouldn't say so. Inherently, you could argue that it is. I would say that, well, anti-immigration, you could definitely argue would be considered racist. I would say it all depends on how you go about it. Because whenever I've spoken about immigration, I've never been banned. I've never been told off. Because if you argue it in the right sense, then you can almost argue anything. And with something like immigration, for example, bearing in mind the numbers are at the lowest since COVID, and our prices are still going up, so immigration really isn't provably the problem in the United Kingdom, is it? But say a couple of years ago, when it was in like the hundreds and hundreds of thousands, I would have said it's unsustainable. But that's because the UK governments have not put money and time into our own society, economy, and everything else. I've used the analogy like 100 times. The UK government is like a greedy landlord who has a block of 4 flats, who sees people coming in and goes, you know what, I'm going to build an extra 12 stories on those flats. And instead of either building them from scratch or restructuring the 4 and then building, all you're going to be doing is just adding weight on top. And there's no, like, how many extra schools have been built? How many extra doctor surgeries, hospitals, shops, dentistries, like everything. How much extra has been built? Clearly not enough. So the problem is, numbers that were coming in were unsustainable in terms of that, because you can look at, you've got school waiting lists have gone through the roof. Doctors' waiting times, even in little backwater villages like mine, you're looking at like 2.5 weeks to go see a GP now. Like, and again, I'm not just basing that solely on immigration. There's lots of reasons for it. Not enough doctors, not enough GPs, because there's a lot of GPs who are leaving to go to Australia, because places like Australia are paying them significantly higher wages, and also giving them places to live and giving them easier pathways into getting like green cards and citizenships, etc. Like there's so many little intricate facets here, there, and everywhere when it comes to dissecting a lot of problems. But I've always said, you can't have high numbers of migration to any country if you're not going to put money into the country itself, with property, business, with property, business, health, education, like, you know, everything about it. Morning. Mine's got energy. She's like this 24/7. I don't know how she does it. Certainly not me. So yeah, the easiest way around it. Like one of the easiest way, like immigration is one of the easiest things to talk about. Without sounding like a racist, xenophobic, fascistic bigot. It's real simple. Because as soon as you see conversations happening between people, oh, it's all about the illegal migrants. We need to stop the boats. Right, 41,000 came in last year. 1,000 came in last year. Okay, 70 to 80% of them get accepted for asylum. The rest get rejected, so they have to go. Obviously, the current government have been removing lots of people in the last year. Right, and even then, it still sounds like a fucking horrible word, doesn't it? Just doesn't sound like there's no easy way of putting that. I suppose deporting, probably the easiest way of saying it. Yeah. But again, when you get far right lives, you're talking about, oh, all the illegal migrants. They totally misinterpret what an illegal migrant actually is. Like, these people sit there and go, oh, you're using a small boat, you're breaking into the country. No, they're not. It's called an irregular route. And if there were legal routes open, guess what? They would be using those. It's clear and simple. Now, the thing is, the overwhelming majority of illegal migration cases are people overstaying their visas. It's the overwhelming majority. Like, people coming in by small boats in this country aren't the ones ruining our economy. You can't be sitting there telling me that in an economy of nearly 70 odd million people, that in the last year, 40,000 odd are the reason why we're having fuel prices go up, energy bills go up. Like, you can't be telling me stuff like that, because it's just not the truth, is it? And again, there are people on these far right lives who are of immigrant descent, i.e. their parents came over, or even they came over, and they're taking part in these far right-wing lives, absolutely lambasting, spreading misinformation and disinformation willfully with intent to just basically get the adulation of these far right racists, because the idea is self-preservation. The idea is, if I stand with my mortal enemy, then I'm safe. As long as I say and do things that keep them on side. That's like the core principle of it all. But the problem is, as Bobby Singh's found out recently, because he has been one of those people, he has found out recently that the people he sits with have started going against him because of a recent incident in the UK media and news regarding a Sikh man and a 18-year-old who was unfortunately had his life taken away. And Bobby's now since found out that the people he sat with lambasting, Muslims or migrants, have now started attacking him verbally. Now, I've always been a proponent of... Morning! I've always been a proponent of you fuck about, you've always been a proponent of you fuck about, you find out. Simple as that. Like, people sit there and go, oh, but lefties supposed to be non-violent. Like, I don't fucking care. You fuck about, you find out. And now I've always stated as well, any abuse that Bobby's guessing, most of it's going to be fully and utterly deserved. Anything that's being abused racially or his family is completely abhorrent and disgusting and needs to be condemned outright. Like, because that is disgusting and horrendous. It's like, even sellouts like him, no one deserves to be abused because of something they have zero control over. If you're going to chastise and lambaste someone, do it over things that they have control over, that they have choice over. Like the words they use, the language they use, their behaviour they use, their behaviour. Bailey. Like, that's the way to do things. There's my reason is people coming illegally from Albania, for example, cost £28 a flight. Sometimes that ain't that simple. Simple. Do bear in mind, you've got these gangs who are literally smuggling people, and the money in people smuggling is like through the roof. We're talking like Elon Musk value in terms of an industry. Like, it's horrendous. Oh me. So even though it might very well be £28 on a flight, people don't know that. People who are under control of other people have no idea. So things aren't always as easy as they seem. How we doing, bed brother? Hope you and the family are doing well. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, we're all good, thank you, Johnny. To come illegally must be for legal trouble. Not necessarily at all. So, there's a scheme in place which has been in place since 2022, even though the Tories lied to everyone, telling us all it was closed. There's been a deal in place for years that we can have refugees from Afghanistan. Now, those refugees have to prove that they fought against their own government and fought alongside us. Now, what the Tories did is close a lot of legal routes. Morning. That's what a lot of these politicians do. They close legal routes to make things more difficult. Hence why coming in on a boat isn't illegal, it's irregular. It's an irregular route. Now, if the Tories, or even Labour, who are currently in charge, if they were clever and sensible, they would open up all the legal routes. And as soon as you start opening up all the legal routes, guess what's going to happen? All the irregular ones will be drastically cut down. Easiest way to deal with it. Now, bearing in mind, if you come from Afghanistan, and you apply for refugee status, you get in almost instantly. Because there's a huge difference between refugee and asylum. And the thing is, there's a lot of very intent and willful misinformation, disinformation being spread by right-wing types of people like Farage and all the rest of them, who are saying, oh, those routes closed years ago, that was closed years ago, the scheme ended years ago. The scheme was extended. I do believe the scheme actually runs out either this year or next. I need to double check and verify. But they kept the scheme open because of the amount of people who are still fighting against their own government on behalf of the UK. So obviously when you've got one person's freedom fighters, another man's terrorist, really. That's the only way we can put it. It's a mad one. It's a mad one. He did family around for a few days. Good. Could also argue anti-immigration is akin to treason. Could also argue anti-immigration is akin to treason as our country depends on immigration. So, lavender. Yeah, absolutely you can. Tic Tac, how we doing, my friend? Assalamu alaikum. Hope you're doing well. Marco, it's too late. Countries take a miracle now. I don't think so. I think we'll be alright. This has been going on for decades. Like, just have a look at what the economy and the state of the country was like in the 40s. Like even pre WW2. Like, every decade there's always a scapegoat. There's always a demonization of a group or two. It's always the way. Hippie happy morning. How we doing? You look it up, and Albanian guy managed to not be for. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a handful of cases that are like that. They're not always the same. The idea of a £28 ticket isn't feasible to absolutely everybody. There's always a reason why. When it comes to people trafficking, it's not exactly like you have a choice. Why can't you go to uni? Why can't you go to uni and become a doctor rather than relying on someone so half barrel? Well, I was actually at uni studying law, so people's health was not my forte. If it wasn't for migrant Jacobian Dark Ages, absolutely we would. Observant, how we doing, my friend? Anything to feel accepted? Yeah, D's that whole chicken nugget story was so blown out of proportion. Take them all staying at my house. They can come into my village if they want. I don't mind. The mad thing is, Marco, if that is your name, Faceless. Problem is, in the country like that we have here, there are so many problems, and a lot of problems, like the violence against women and children, are perpetrated by men who predominantly hide online, men who like to abuse people who don't agree with them, men who like to hit their wife, beat their kids, and then go to the pub and drink with their mates, Steve and John, and go outside a hotel, well, a former hotel, and scream, "Protect our kids." The same kinds of men who assault, accost, and attack women wearing a burqa or a niqab, and at the same time of attacking them, they claim that they're saving them from oppression by telling the woman what they can and can't wear. Make it make sense. Yeah, Bebs, absolutely, fuck him. Misunderstood Queen, how we doing? Love the meme. Thank you. I think it just makes it I think it just makes it easier for people of, well, my generation at least, to at least almost understand, but they never really will. Oh, Marco, you know what? Get fucked. Fucking prick. I'm letting these men into our towns. Yeah, sure. Here we go. Morning, Tez, brother. Hope you're doing well. Oh, go on then, Ruth. What are you saying?
Do you know how many women are being raped? Do you know how many women are being raped in Britain today?
I can tell you that last year. Hold on, Ruth. Hold on. So last year, 41,000 people came in via irregular means, i.e. small boats. Last year, 2.2 million women reported DV, rape and murder. Do bear in mind that according to other charities that are specialised in domestic violence and safety for women, they reckon the numbers that go unreported are double, maybe even treble that number. So the ones that go unreported, you're looking at probably around less than 10 million.
Probably
so
more.
Do tell me how last year 41,000 hurt and accosted nearly 10 million women. Make it make sense to me.
All I know is that there are more women in their thousands that are, in fact, young girls from orphanages, from the most
same as boys
places in our cities are being taken advantage of and systematic
10,000 children raped, 10,000 children in the care system go missing a year. No one does a damn thing about it. Police, government, no one.
The numbers, Andre, the numbers are incomparable to a few years ago. It's getting worse and worse and worse. But it's going to the point where it's not a few, it's thousands now. There was a girl that passed out in the park. It passed out because she was drunk, and she was orally raped until she was unalived. This is not just one. This is not just one incident. It's not just a few. This is more and more and more every day. 400 to 600 people unknown, completely unknown, of just arriving. You've got to protect us. You are our men. You are our men. You've got to protect us because we can't protect ourselves.
So the men who are supposed to be protecting you, so say like the men who are protecting you, so say like the men who are outside asylum buildings chanting "Save our women, save our children," those kinds of men.
In the parks, they're literally in the park, in the children's park, standing outside. They're literally watching the children play. Go to your
yes, there are people who watch their kids. There are people who watch their children play.
You speak. Sorry. You speak.
So there are literally people who watch their children play. You do realise that there are people who have children that aren't the same ethnicity as them. Aren't the same ethnicity as them.
They're young guys, like in groups, 4 or 5 people. Some of them are even bigger, but I haven't seen them myself. I have seen 3, 4
people in a
young
people in a public people in a public space. People in a public space.
Children are being.
You just said it's in the park as an example. Yes, there are by men. Yes, there are by men. Men are the problem, not foreign men. Men.
I agree with you, but what I'm seeing with my own eyes are not British men, my love. So what must I think?
Well, then you need to go out and touch grass.
We are, love. We're going everywhere. You can see it. It's on TikTok.
Where are you going?
You can see it. It's on TikTok.
Where are you going?
It's on Facebook. It's on the news.
Oh, wow, it's on TikTok, it's on Facebook. It must be true.
Well, I'm seeing it for my
Right,
own
bear it
self,
in mind.
I can't be everywhere at once.
Right, so
I mean, let's be logical.
over 90% of DV cases in the UK are committed by white British men. What are you doing about them men?
On 90% of grapes reported in the United Kingdom. Are
You know that one. You know that even. You know 1% of men. 1% of men see a courtroom.
Let me look at
1% of men.
Because I don't believe you.
1% of men.
Because I don't believe you.
1%. 1% of men see the. No, you're bloody not. Don't lie. Who do you work for?
I'm not lying. I'm an independent journalist. I've been doing it for about 15 years.
Qualifications?
Absolutely. Well, I've got a secretarial course and I've done a business course, but I haven't done journalistic courses. But I do.
So then you're not a journalist, are you?
I am I've just told you.
Same as I'm not a doctor because I haven't taken a doctor's course.
Journalist.
You're a fraud. You're a frauditor.
For about 5-6 hours every day and just look at
staring down the rabbit hole of the right wing.
The Telegraph. No, I try and go to reputable news sources. What's funny, sir?
You think the Telegraph is reputable?
Have a decent conversation with a woman.
No, you think the Telegraph is reputable? You think the Telegraph is reputable?
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
You just said the Telegraph of all things is reputable. Funny how she goes to the gender right as I'm starting asking questions. Right as I'm starting asking questions. So, again, I'm a journalist. Qualifications. Well, I don't have qualifications, so you're not a journalist. Well, I don't have qualifications, so you're not a journalist. It's literally simple. Like, I'm not a doctor. I do not have a PhD. Deary me, some of these people, man. What we saying, Tiz? Free Jeffrey Epstein. Good God. Good God. I don't even remember her. Like, what was that?
Hey, what was that? There's a good question.
Saying,
What's happening, bro? What's happening, bro?
I don't know what the fuck that was, to be honest with you.
Before I get on to searing and frying Ruth, yeah. I also want to tell you something really searing and frying Ruth, yeah. I also want to tell you something really cool. Did you used to watch The Bill?
Yes, years back.
Guess who I was getting? Oh my God, brother! I had the moment.
Don't say Reg.
Right? Nah, not Reg.
Reg.
Right? Nah, not Reg. It was even better. So I'm at this wedding. I'm at a wedding, right? I've set up at the wedding. And I've just got there. I've just looked up, and this bloke goes, "All right, mate," and I went, "Smithy," and he went, "Yeah, brother." It was fucking Smithy, weren't it, bro? He is the coolest guy, yeah. I swear down, bro. He was the coolest guy you could possibly fucking imagine, man. Yeah, I got a picture of me with him and everything, bro. I went full on fanboy. Like, I actually met Smithy, bro. I was buzzing. Smithy, bro. I was buzzing. Yeah, it was mental, bro. You know, I don't know if you've, I'm sure you've bumped into some, like, known people before, yeah?
Yeah.
But it absolutely blew me away, bro. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like, you know, you just get all like, you get starstruck, innit? I was like,
yeah.
It's Smithy. Like, I started telling him, like, how all the times I've been rewatching The Bill, and I'm like, fuck's sake, man, you're here doing a wedding. Like, this man did not come here to listen to it. But he was the safest guy you could possibly imagine. I got video of this guy you could possibly imagine. I got video. Obviously, I'm not going to share the videos of someone's private wedding, but I did get a picture with him at the end. So yeah, I just thought I'd tell you that, bro. I just thought I'd tell you that, bro. Mate, I didn't get in. What time did I speak to you yesterday? About 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
I didn't get in. I got in because I'm back on holiday. I got back down here at 3:30 this morning.
Bloody hell.
Mate, I'm a walking lesson in absolute machinery, bruv. I was up at 6:45 yesterday, bruv. I was up at 7:45 yesterday morning. I did 220 miles, smacked a wedding out of the park, played football with my son, didn't piss my missus off. And I'm still here. Right, I need some breakfast, so I was going to put the grill on, and I'm gonna very very quickly cook you up a couple. Very quickly cook you up a couple of slices of fried roof. She is just indicative of the absolute lunacy that happens on this app. She is never. If she's a journalist, I'm a fucking archaeologist. Yeah. If she's a journalist, I'm about to go and dust off. She's a journalist. I'm about to go and dust off some dinosaur fucking bones somewhere in Central America. But she's absolutely indicative of the types of people that you're going to get. Doesn't matter what you say to her. I'm a journalist. What's your qualifications? I did a secretarial course. Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, that was nuts.
And I think the thing we have to see, and I think we do. I think everybody understands. I think everybody knows it. Is that you, me, anybody else is wasting your time talking. Is wasting your time talking to these fucking idiots. Yeah, you've got Danny, Tomo, and Ryan's mate literally on an M charge. Yeah, and I've seen people come and I've seen people come and say, oh, you need to wait until the trial because otherwise you're going to prejudice things and they're not going to get a fair trial. Wait a minute, have you not just spent the last fucking 18 months telling anyone that will listen that anybody with brown skin is immediately a fucking criminal? But now you lot want to talk about a fair trial. A fair trial. Here's my point, which I'm going to not land because I don't say that stupid phrase. So here's the point I'm gonna hit home. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you say. They don't care about facts, and they need an enemy. They need somebody to point their fingers and go, "There's the fucking bad guy," because they don't have the mental capacity to understand. To understand nuance, to understand that any level of this conversation is a complex one. Yes, complex one. Yes, there are incidents of people who come into the country and committed crimes, heinous crimes. Nobody is denying that. And what also happens is because. And again, quite rightly, because these crimes are so highlighted all the time by the likes of Ruth and the fucking massive ecosystem that would have us believe that there is a brown grapist standing around every fucking corner and every park and every shopping centre. But because that machine, I've kind of got off my point. Yeah, do you see what I mean? It just goes random. Yeah, so I know where I was going. They don't have the ability to look at it and go, why? What is that? Why? What is that? All they're able to do is go, it's that. It must be that. Save our kids. They're hanging around our parks. And then when you hit them with some facts, well, hang on a minute. Like you said, 10 million women last year were essayed or DV'd in some way, shape, or form. So you're telling me that's the fault of 41,000 people that came here on small boats? Shut the fuck up. Yeah?
Yep.
But the thing is we can say that all day long. Bro, you can bring up statistics boards. You can literally sit down and show them absolute facts. And they'll go, well, you can't believe what the government did.
But you'll believe what the Telegraph say.
But you believe what the
Telegraph say.
But you believe what the Telegraph says. So you just, yeah. I think a lot of us get this and understand. So look, some Bald and Bait just says, well, that's wrong. What's wrong? Are you able to speak to me in any more than three words? Well, that's wrong. What's that? What's wrong? You can't just make statements and go, meh.
Well, apparently he's a DJ. Well, hang on though. Mate, Tomo's up for an M charge.
No, Tomo's mates up for an M charge. They were all mates, weren't
Oh,
they?
his mates. I thought you
Yeah.
said yeah. Oh yeah, no, he absolutely. I thought you
Yeah.
said yeah. Oh yeah, no, he absolutely is. Yeah.
What's Tic Tac saying like Andre's done? What's Andre done? Mate, man comes with
No,
fucks,
Tic
bro.
Tac. No, Tic Tac's on side. No, Tic Tac's on side, bruv.
I know.
No, Tic Tac's on side, bruv.
I know. He just said like Andre's done. I didn't even know what he meant. That was all. I was just saying you come out with the facts, bro.
Yeah. That's what he's. I think that's what he's saying.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
Tic Tac.
yeah.
I see. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
Tic Tac.
yeah.
I know Tic Tac's cool, man. I know. I've seen Tic Tac come for a few times. I just didn't quite know what he meant. But going back, yeah, it's a waste. My point is, it's a waste of time. My point is, it's a waste of time. It's a complete and utter waste of time. It's an absolute.
Yeah.
It's an absolute waste of time. You can stand in front of them and you can literally say, yeah, but what about this absolute fact? And then because the absolute fact, and then because the fact that you present them with doesn't fit their warped narrative, then they will attack the fact. And then if they can't attack the fact, they'll just attack the person. They'll just attack you, the person. They'll just attack you. They'll attack your appearance. I mean, that's fucking rich coming from some of these man. Some of these men are like 10 years younger than me, and they literally look like they've got 1 foot in the grave. Speaking of which, by the way, you know, one foot in. See, my ADHD's on fire. I've just woke up. You know, 1 foot in the grave. We're going to loop this round. I started with Telly. I'm going to loop it round and end with Telly. You know, Richard Wilson in 1 foot in the grave.
Mm-hmm.
How old do you think he was when he started playing that role?
Ooh.
Yeah, good question.
Ooh.
Yeah, good question, isn't it?
I honestly don't know.
Ella said 50. Ella said 50.
I'd have said
Justin
50s,
said
yeah.
90. Sask said 50. So he obviously portrays an old man, innit? No, he was 49 years old when he started playing that role, portraying an old man. And guess what you're thinking now? And I'm going to end on this and let you get back to your live. I don't believe it.
That's mad. That's mad. Bloody hell.
That's mad, isn't it? He was 40.
You did well with that one.
He was 49. I randomly heard that on TalkSport yesterday when I was listening to the birthday spread. Anyway, on that bombshell. Are you all right? You good?
Yeah, brother. All good. All happy.
Good.
Happy days. I've already had my porridge. Walking the dog. It's cooler than it was yesterday, so she's not struggling. So I'm happy.
Good. I haven't stepped out. Of it yet.
Hey, Dave. No, it's nice, man. No, it's nice, man.
We're leaving today, so I've got to get up and start doing all the packing and all that madness in a minute. I ain't seen my kids since last night.
Whoa. What do you mean you're leaving? Whoa. What do you mean you're leaving today? I'm going to come stalk you today.
I'm out of town, they can't find me.
I reckon you're probably just a few miles from me if I was going to put a pin in it.
Dave can find anyone.
Where are you? Roughly. Where are you? Roughly.
I'm in Dorset.
Yeah, you're right, bruv. I am not a million miles away at all. Damn it. Man, we need to get the fuck out of him, man. We've been compromised. We've got to go.
Are you actually in Dorset, the place where 9,000% immigrants are doing essays, according to Nigel Farage?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Nigel
mate.
did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
How are you guys surviving there? Like, sounds like a war zone.
You can't leave the house.
It's like a war zone.
You can't leave the house. It's horrendous.
So, Andre, I just want to add a little bit on Ruth quickly, and I'll go back because I need to clock into work in a few minutes. But
yeah, go on, brother.
That Ruth, she once came onto my live, right? And she started talking about her sad story. You know, she's got a disability. She's been disabled for so long. She's been trying to reach to her MP and stuff like that. So basically, for about 20 minutes, she was literally sobbing on my live, talking to me. And I was like, being classic stupid lefty, I was like, empathetic. I was like, oh, Ruth, I'm so sorry, man. That shouldn't happen. Blah blah blah. Let me, if you're in need me, if you're in need of a friend, happy to help, happy to chat through stuff like that. All well, all good and nice to begin with. Only for 15 minutes later, the tears to dry up. 15 minutes later, the tears to dry up and to go straight into bigotry, straight into the worst things you ever. And then when you think you established an emotional connection with these people, it's irrelevant to them, right? Even the simple fabric, right? Even the simple fabric of empathy. And here I am getting, one-to-one with you, trying to establish a connection on a human level. And then you all go off on a tangent on the most bigoted stuff, and whatever I say to you, you're still not going to listen. Yeah, it just showed me again that I sometimes can be a bit too. I mean, I don't want to say I'm being too. I don't want to say I'm being too empathetic, because I don't want to change that about myself. But it just shows how with these people you can't even connect on that level.
Yeah, I think there's certain cases where that does obviously happen, and she's a rife example of it. I knew I'd seen her from somewhere. I just couldn't place her, and it might be somewhere I just couldn't place her, and I'm wondering if it was your life that I might have seen her and come across in. So it's one of those. I know I've seen her somewhere. I just still can't pinpoint it exactly. Can't pinpoint it exactly. But I just saw the comments going nuts for her, and I was like, oh, she's requested. Let's see.
Anyway, look, I just wanted to wish you boys and gentlemen and ladies and they thems a happy, lovely day. Enjoy your Friday, and I might catch you on some other lives later on today once the shift is done.
Yeah, buddy. Have a good day. Yeah, buddy. Have a good day. Hopefully work goes well for you.
Cheers.
Bald and Bakes, answer this question. Would you house these men in your homes with your kids? If you're talking about would I house a sellout in my home with my kids? Absolutely fucking not. Sellouts can go and take a long walk off a short pier. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Where did some of these people come from, man? Like, I wouldn't trust. There's a reason why women majoritively 99% choose the bear over the man. It's not about the colour of the man's skin. It's not the religion of the man. It is man. Oh, dearie me. I'll tell you what, yeah, some of these people, it is the sewer. Hey, Lucy. It's definitely gonna start go outside and about the sun's come out. Good God, so hot. It is the religion you clearly haven't read the Quran. H with 2 dots as a name.
Yawn.
I'll tell you what, incel, come back to me with incel, come back to me with your face and name, and we'll do that.
The thing that I don't get with this argument about the Quran and this whole thing of like, oh, have you read this? Have you got this? I don't speak Arabic, and these people don't either. So you're taking a translation. B,
Yep.
you're trying to put context and interpretation into it, so you can manipulate that any way you want. But one of the most prevalent things I think about, if the Quran was so dangerous, you wouldn't be able to go into Waterstones and buy it. And not only that, if the Quran was so dangerous in terms it could radicalize someone, if the people that critique it and say that it's wrong, they must have read it. And if they've read it, why aren't they radicalized if it's that dangerous?
Oh my God, mate!
Very good points.
Second. Let me slow clap the fuck out of this. You are getting a slow clap for that. And by the way, Sandra, yet again, you've spelt "your" wrong. How dare you come at me and question me because you don't like the way that I express myself, and then you do it without fucking the correct the correct punctuation or grammar, you fucking moron. Next person that one come fuck with me, me I here for it. Bumbo.
Two different ends of the spectrum there,
I'll
aren't
say
we?
swear words to racist, son. Don't worry, mate.
Yep, absolutely.
Mate, listen, I just have to come back to Well Done Dave. I just have to come back to Well Done Dave, mate. That was
Fuck's sake, Tiz.
Oh, for fuck. Bye. Bye.
Remove. Fuck's sake. Oh, Tiz, come back. How's it the last 2 times you've come on my live I get restriction? How's this happened? Eerie me.
I would say, what did he say? But then you can't say it. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, no, it's just Tiz being Tiz, just being hyper. Like you said, ADHD being hyper. Like you said, ADHD moment. It's but no, mate, Dave, you're spot on. You're spot on with what you said. Obviously, you're always spot on. Common sense. Like these people who sit there and talk about it, so they go, oh, it's a radical book. Well, if it is, there's 2 billion practicing Muslims in this world. If this book is so radical, why aren't all of them radical? All of them radical.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
yeah.
Why is it only a handful? And the same principle goes to the Torah. It goes to the Bible. It goes to the Bhagavad Gita. It's all down to people's interpretation. It's all down to people's interpretations, and it's always a small sect of people of any group who take things to an extreme level.
But those that take it to an extreme, right? You either go, right, they've interpreted this and they've gone to this extreme level, or you've just got a bad person who is hiding behind and manipulating an interpretation of text, and then they feel they can do it with this righteousness, this justice. But then again, it's like, I think the problem that we have here, particularly in the UK, right, with this, the thing that me and you have talked about for months and months and months and months and months, is this whole, Tommy R, unite the kingdom, stop the boats, all the rest of it. And I always bring back to, like, you've heard the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
There's another proverb very similar to that, another African proverb, and it's something like, if the village does not embrace the child will burn it down to feel its warmth.
Wow.
And I think that is what we're dealing with. So what in effect, by people being Islamophobic, by people being racist, what you are doing is you are poking the bear and you are alienating people and you are making them feel shit. Anyone who is alienated, poked, and made to feel shit can eventually break. Gosh. So, in effect, by saying we don't want these people here, we don't want them, we don't want them, they're this, they're that, etc., 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 you are making people feel, unwanted. You are riling them up, and eventually, like any of us would, they're gonna react. And then the thing that really annoys me in that situation is the people that are all with Tommy R and Unite the Kingdom and all that, bollocks. They will go, oh, see, we told you so. And it's like, yeah, but you caused it. And it's like, yeah, but you caused it. You caused it by making them feel shit, by spitting at them, by shouting at them in the street, by being outside of hotels, making them feel unwelcomed and unsafe. Not to mention our own history, which has completely destabilized their home country. And yet, I just don't understand how people can't see that logic. It's crazy.
Dave, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the history. Why would they want to talk about history when, they get reminded of it so gleefully from people like us who sit there and go, about colonization, you know what we did to the world? Oh, but that was in the past. People need to let go.
Well, but then, like it's like right. So if we took their rhetoric, their thinking, right, which is, and I've heard it bandied, not so much now, but it was bandied around a lot. Not so much now, but it was bandied around a lot for a long time. It's all, it's all men. It's a secret invasion, right? Coming on these boats, right? So that was the rhetoric for these boats, right? So that was the rhetoric for a long time. That was what was shoved down our throats. So if you turn around and go, well, I don't care about the British Empire's history or colonization or invasion or any of that, that's in the past, mate. Well, one day this would be history, and if it turns out it's a secret invasion, it's only fucking history repeating, mate. Do you know what I mean? So again, you can't. Do you know what I mean? So again, you can't turn around and kick off about it and be pissed off about it because we did it and it's just happening again. You know what I mean?
Facts. Facts. Absolute facts. That's.
But you can't get through to him, mate.
It's just history repeating itself. No, there's so many that you can't. It's right. It's just. I don't know. Some people, you're getting through to them, but they're just being so staunch and stubborn in what they're saying because it helps them make some sort of money or gives them some sort of socio status of, this person talks about this, so we all like him or her. Salam Jingle Bell Steve, hope you're doing well, buddy. Steve, it always throws me off. I know, like that Ruth character was a strange interaction. Like, not had many like that. Usually it's just outright racism, just to the face, but that one's a little bit more down the rabbit hole. Surely, I suppose it's what happens to the lefties as well.
There has to be a degree of that. It stems from some kind of racism, right? I mean, there's definitely
it has to,
because if you go, because if you go at them with logic and you go, right, here's a fact, or even let's not even bother with facts. Here's just a hypothetical. A hypothetical which shows empathy and humanity, and you're going to argue with that. You're going to argue against being empathetic, humane. You're going to argue against that. Okay, fine. So where are we at then? Why do you still want to persecute these people? Why do you still think that this is, that they're a threat, or this is that, or they're a problem? If we've just given you some facts, or we've said be humane, be humane, be empathetic. If none of those things work, then there's something very ingrained in that person that they're just not willing to acknowledge or whatever. And that's when it becomes really difficult. And I think a lot of people now are actually may have already had undertones of what they would call casual racism, whatever, in their life. But it's become more prevalent now because people are struggling in life with cost of living. There is a dissatisfaction. In our lives in terms of we work so hard, we get very little for it. So now I need to blame someone for that. I need to justify my anger at how difficult life is, and the only way I can do that is go along with the story I was sold by the Conservatives and now Reform, that it's the problem that we have these people coming here, Nice
to meet you guys.
Hello, buddy.
Won the league. Very interesting point.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Very interesting point you're making here, and I'd just like to add to the kind of trolley load of points that you're making. In terms of a lot of people don't want to kind of acknowledge the bad that the British have done, but only you say the good. Now, when we say, okay, they said, like you said, it's history. Okay, no, Iraq wasn't a history, right? Iraq was history, right? Iraq was 30 years ago. But they'll say, well, we didn't go in to steal the oil. We give these people the tools and the knowledge how to extract oil. Therefore, that oil is Therefore, that oil is rightly ours because we give. But it's not on your land. You might give somebody something, but it doesn't mean that then you own them. Yeah, then you own them. Yeah. I think also, I think a lot of people are, like you said, need somebody to blame because either let's face it, the job market in this country is absolutely crap. The housing is crap, and it's these governments that are failing because they come in with all these wonderful fairy tale policies, but in reality, they don't understand how they work, and then they need somebody to blame. You can't get a doctor's appointment; it's because of the immigrants. Appointment, it's because of the immigrants. You can't get a hospital appointment, it's because of the immigrants. You can't get a house, it's because of the immigrants. So yeah, they need people to blame, but the problem is some of these people. I was in a panel the other day, and these people are just like nah. They're coming over here. They're coming on boats. You know, it's mainly men. They're raping our children. They're doing this, they're doing that, and they're doing this. And I'm like, and they're doing this, and I'm like, yeah, but not everyone. A lot of these people generalise. A lot of these people. Now with this thing that happened with that, with the that lad, that Indian. That Indian lad, and that poor guy lost his life by Henry. I think a lot of people are not going to look at what religion he is or where he comes, from, even though he's British. They're just going to say, "See, another brown person's committed atrocity against us." You know, um, you know,
Well, I think some people might have. I've seen a lot of discourse online about that situation, and a number of right-wing types and figures have been saying some rather defamatory and horrendous stuff about Sikhism.
my opinion is that guy deserves to go to jail all day long. Even if he made racist comments to him, right? I don't know if you know that these the articles that the police carry, they have to cover, okay, when they go out in public. So he's intentionally,
they have to stay sheathed.
So he's intentionally removed it and then done something. So, and even if he's say, "Oh, I used it as self-defense," when you use something as self-defense, if you cut somebody once or even twice, you could maybe do it as a self-defense. But if you're going to repeatedly five times, that's not self-defense. That's excessive force. That's intentional. So yeah, I mean, I do agree with you.
Unfortunately, with that particular case, there's not. The court report isn't fully available yet, so I can't exactly. All I've got is information that I'm seeing from newspapers, and I don't trust the newspapers as far as I could throw them.
Yeah,
because more often than not, they say things that aren't entirely accurate.
It's the police
in that situation, yeah, because I know there was talk of, like, the kid was in handcuffs. I say the kid, the 18-year-old, was in handcuffs and he bled out or something through because of his wounds. And you sit there and go, well, that's a dereliction of duty from the police. They should have done a once over of him. They should have checked him. They should have done that. Even if he was being accused of, saying and horrendous stuff, because there's a massive discourse online saying the kid actually attacked him first. But there's things that are being said. There's things that are being said on both sides that don't add up, and it's mostly people who weren't there. I mean, someone within the gender.
Let's just say hypothetically, like you said, because the police are now saying, first of all, that when they got called, it was racism. Okay, that's why they cuffed him. Now they're saying this kid didn't do anything. Now I don't know whether the police are trying to cover something up just to make themselves look better or make, well, they're not going to look better in this situation, but make Henry look better, regardless of who was racist, who was not racist, regardless of that, unaliving somebody over words shouldn't
The
happen.
loss of
Shouldn't
the
happen.
loss of life. Yeah, the loss of life was excessive. It shouldn't have happened. Same as Eva Sakila over in Ireland.
Yeah.
Same. Like I say, same situation. A similar vein of a man's life has been taken, and it shouldn't have happened.
It's just yeah.
So hopefully the people who perpetrated it and committed it and who failed, and who let people down, I hope they get punished for it.
These things that you're talking about, men coming over mainly than women, and this and this and this women, and this and this and this and this. The problem is people start to pull up statistics that this is what's happening in our communities. This is what I don't know where they're getting these statistics from, because it don't it don't make sense to me. What I was saying to them, maybe two out of 10 refugees who come over here might be bad, but that doesn't make all of them bad. But no, all of them are bad. 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 I said, does that include the women and children? But they're trained to come over and destroy. They're not understanding how our culture works and how our culture works and how our. I don't know. It's very. I'm Asian. I'm Indian, right? And I'm very very scared for my. I've never seen this much hatred. I don't know whether because there was no access to the internet in my time, or whether whether it wasn't just rife in the 90s. I've got white friends, I've got black friends, I've got a mixture of variety of friends. I'm not just but I don't know. But I don't know. Again, I don't know whether it was because the internet wasn't readily available there, and now the internet is ready available. Everybody's got an opinion, so you're seeing it more. But I'm scared for my two boys because I always treat them, no matter what colour a person's skin is, no matter where they come from, a rich background, poor background, treat them with respect. Because you have some rich people who come from rich backgrounds, and that's the way they're not. That's all they know. But when they interact with somebody, I mean, when I went to university, I had a lot of people that were from rich backgrounds. Yeah, I didn't know how to interact with them. Because they never interacted with people like me, or like say Chinese people never interacted with people like me, because they're very kind of. But you have to adapt yourself, because if you just stay snotty with them and they stay snotty with you, you're never gonna get on. So you need to try to understand the perspective that they're coming from and that you're coming from. Some people you can do it with, some people you can't do it with, and that's just life. You can't get angry over it. But I don't know. This situation now is getting out of control. I think a little bit now, because people just want their own narrative on it, in terms of, and it doesn't help that the media are always kind of pumping up people on these situations. And I think the left are getting worse than the right, because they're not, instead of understanding and being kind of empathetic to certain situations, they're like, oh no, it didn't happen this way, it happened that way. Accept the situation. Don't make excuses for the situation, and see how you can improve that situation. By not accepting the situation and then making excuses for it, you're just giving fire to the fuel, fuel to the fire. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Dave, you're gonna come in?
Well, I was going to say the thing that you said about like this thing where people turn around and they go, "Oh, people come in, they don't understand our culture, they don't understand our way of living." I mean, I'm not being funny, but I don't think there are many British people that understand fucking any cultures abroad and understand a ways abroad and understand a way of living. There's not. It's not like we go, oh, I'm gonna go here. I better learn all about that culture before I go. No one really does that. And then you've got the fact that we have so many Brits living abroad. You've got the expats living abroad. You've got the expats in Spain who don't even bother to learn Spanish. And then and I know this is like a personal anecdote, so you're going to take it with a pinch of salt. Well, when I went with a pinch of salt, when I went round Southeast Asia, the amount of middle-aged white men that I saw from England there, who were there to basically be able to essay children and young girls, and have their way with whatever they wanted, and the way they behaved over there was sickening. So when I witnessed that, I don't think to myself, well, whoever comes here better learn our culture, because we do fucking nothing like it ourselves anyway.
And I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. But some of this rhetoric that these people want to spew, that's the rhetoric that they spew. It's like these people don't want to understand the badness that is happening. They only want to bring what's good in their eyes. So I was just saying to your friend here that, when we say, oh, we went into the Iraq to steal the oil, there's like, no, that was ours. There's like, no, that was ours. That was ours already. We're the ones who give them the tools and built all this and give India this and give Pakistani this and give this and this and this and this, and this and this and this, to build and extract whatever they need to, the minerals from. So therefore, when we go to a country and take this stuff, it's ours already to take.
Hang on a second. Sorry, just quickly. Who's this in the comments that's gone, excuse me, Ruth? Is it Ruth saying? Excuse me, you may not be a proud Brit, but I am. Now, Ruth, the thing is with that statement, and the issue I have with it, is if you have a sense of pride for being British, which is fair enough, but the fact that you're making it when we're talking about things that are wrong, it's almost like your pride means you have blinkers on and you excuse the wrong. So it's not about, I'm not proud to be British, or I'm not proud to live where I live, or I'm not proud of what my dad has done. I'm not proud that, obviously I'm proud that my granddad, he was there and was in World War II. So I'm proud of those things. Of course I am. But if to make a sweeping statement when you're hearing what we're talking about, and you to come in and say, oh, you're not basically slander us for not being proud to be British, that means that you are in effect not taking into consideration that British people do bad things, and we can't be generalizing that the British people are all worthy of pride. Do you know what I'm saying?
And then the other point I'm going to make here is when you say, I mean, I shouldn't say you, and when I go into these debates, because it kind of, no, we didn't do it. So it's like, okay, so why should I pay a compensation to these people for this? And my argument is, look, your government's gone into a country. They've put people in power to suit their own narrative. These people are suppressed because they've got no life. They've got no quality of life. They've got no education. They're expected to just, not able to build their house. Yeah. Oh, but these people have got money. They can pay these people £3,000 to come over the border. Border crossing. Not all the time, right? Some people have to pay when they come over here. Some people's families are still over there under suppression by these smugglers. And if you want to cut, and why don't they take the legal route? Okay, well, do you know how much it costs to do it on the legal route? If you have a country like India, for example, an agent, you could probably get over it for about £1,000, £1,500 through all the paperwork doing it yourself. But for some reason, people use agents in India, and they're taking 20, 30,000 pound off people. These people are then coming over here, working, sending the money back home to clear the debt. That never lies. It's like a loan shark, basically. The interest, they're paying off the interest. They're paying off the interest for the next 30 years. Paying off the interest for the next 30 years. Do you know what I mean? For what? Because they haven't got a good quality of life, and they think they want a good quality of life. I mean, India's getting better now, to be fair.
But let's break that down, right? Even if like what you're break that down, right? Even if like what you're saying, right? If you took away, and I don't mean this in to be light. I'm not trying to, but if you took away oppression, if you took away anything else, right? If you just went base level, I turned around to you guys and said, you know what, guys, I can go to Dubai, and I can earn 3 times the salary I earn here. So I'm going to go off to Dubai, and rather than spend it all in Dubai, I'm going to send that money back to my missus and my kid, so they have a better quality of life. Would you turn around and go, well, that's despicable? That's despicable, mate. How bloody dare you? You wouldn't, would you? You'd be like, fair enough, mate. You've gone over there to get a better quality of life, to get more money, to support your family and send it back to them. No one would have a pop at me for that. But for some reason, we have a pop at people that come here and do it. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you only got to look at how many people have moved to. Dubai just to avoid tax in this country. And as soon as the WAR started, they're begging to come back here. Like I said, it's doubled standards, and how do you get through to these people when you explain all this stuff to them? It's like, no, it's like there was a prayer like Eid in Birmingham the other day, and they all went to the park, and this one woman was saying, "How dare they come to my? How dare they went to the park and did this? They're trying to show a movement. They're trying to say no. They just went for a celebration. There's no movement involved here. But the problem is they're thinking like that, aren't they? And why are they thinking like that? Because that's what's been pumped into their brains by the media, by other extremists. By Tommy Robinson, who I might add, dated a Muslim woman. People always bring up his criminal record. People have a past, okay? I'm not saying that having a criminal record, it needs to be kind of aligned with what he's doing. But he would date a Muslim woman. He goes to Muslim countries and gets free stuff. Yeah, he's got some of these white British people on a string, basically, as puppets. And I don't understand whether they understand how to think for themselves, or they can't see that bit of the bridge, if that makes sense. I don't know.
No, it does. I was wondering where you were going with that, because most of the time when people talk about Tommy on my lives, it usually goes the other way, because usually I end up with his fan base. I think the Crusades was a jolly holiday. You know what? They probably do. Oh, there we go. Billy Butcher. Millions must go. Yes. Deport the racists. Fuck off the fascists. Simple solution. Like some of these fucking people, man. Like, I just don't fucking get it. I really don't. I don't know how.
I was on a live the other day, and they were talking about this the Kirpan thing and what has happened, right? And the whole argument was, if you're going to be here, abide by our laws, right? So they were saying there shouldn't really be religious exemptions to carry a pokey poke, because it is an offensive weapon and it's dangerous. I can see that on weapon and it's dangerous. I can see that on some rationale. Okay, we're not allowed to carry such a thing. So should we have it where you can have an exemption, which that means there's an object in public which could hurt someone? in public which could hurt someone. Okay, cool, great. But then he turned around and said, and that's the thing, if you can't abide by those laws, then get out. Well, the thing is, mate, a lot of white people carry pokey pokes. Some as young as 11, 12, 13 years old. So when they're found with that, where do we send them? Do we take these children away? Do we take these children away from their families and go, you're going to have to go live somewhere else, mate? You're not abiding by our laws. It's just the logic. Their logic is just like, guys, think about what you're saying before you say it,
Yeah, but their
saying before you say it,
Yeah, but their argument is that this is their country, so they can do whatever they want.
But then there are people, but the
argument.
But it's not an argument, though, is it? There is no argument, though, is it? There is no. This is your country. No country has the right to exist. So that thing is just, yeah.
That's. I'm not saying that, by the way. That's
I know, man. I know.
That's what these people. And I tried to bring up. So I don't know whether you've seen this case in the news now. There was 2 teenage boys who basically raped one girl and then raped another one, and I think filmed it as well. Raped another one, and I think filmed it as well.
It was 3 boys.
Okay, but the judge says, "I'm not going to sentence you. I'm not going to criminalise you." But when you bring up these kind of things, right, to them, they're like, yeah, it's bad. That's it. That's all they can say about it. But when an immigrant may have done it, oh my God, it's the worst thing. I'm not trying to bring it down, but what I'm saying is, a crime shouldn't matter what colour you are, or what gender you are, what race you are. A crime is a crime, regardless.
Yeah, that is spot on. That's the way it should be.
Crime's crime, isn't it, man? Like, you do the crime's crime, isn't it, man? Like, you do the crime, you do the time. That's the saying, isn't it?
Yeah,
well, in some cases, no time.
Institutionalized racism. So I do criminology. So they know prison is crimogenic, but it's depending who you are and if they see you as a criminal already. So if they're facing you and they go, oh, they're a white person, then we're just going to make them worse. We won't send them to prison. But if they're someone of colour, it's different. And that's where you see the laws being misused.
Race traitors. Are we seeing this? Race traitors and invaders.
I get called race traitor all the damn time. It's almost like I might just start putting it as a moniker. at this point. Oh, is that from Billy Butcher? Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm brown and I get told that this is not my country, that I'm only a citizen, and the government feels sorry for the citizen, and the government feels sorry for us. That's why they give me a passport. Okay. I get told, go back to your own country. And my simple solution is, okay, give me back my taxes that I've paid in, and I'll go. What? No.
I'd rather welcome you into my house than them.
Say again, sorry.
I'd rather welcome you into my house than them.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
They all throw that argument in as well, don't they? Oh, why don't you house them then? Where's that argument come from?
That is the most ridiculous argument ever, isn't it? Because they go, oh, why wouldn't you? Ever, isn't it? Because they go, oh, why wouldn't you? If you think there's so much room for them, if you think they need to be cared for, supported, if you believe they have a right to be here, then why don't you house them? It's like, mate, I wouldn't house the person who lives next door to me. I don't even know them. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to walk down the street now, just pick a random person on the street and go, come and live with me. No one would do that with me. No one would do that.
I always bring up, I'll answer that question when you start housing the homeless veterans.
No, but a lot of these
nice touch.
That's one.
The problem you've got to understand is some of these housing veterans, right? They've been in the army for a number of years, okay? They're used to having people around them constantly. Now, when they're on their own, it affects their mental health, right? Okay? Because they don't want to be on their own. They're bored, they're lonely. bored, they're lonely. So this is why some of them intentionally either make themselves homeless so they can go and live in a homeless place, or in the street where there's lots of people constantly, where they feel comfortable. I don't understand why the government don't build a secure place for these military veterans, where they can, where who veterans, where who everyone's, because not all of them want to live together. Some of them want to live alone, and that's absolutely fine. But then the government should then understand, okay, this is how you want to live. This is how you want to live. Fine, no problem. Just want to go back to a point about these migrant hotels. People think that they're living in luxury. Have you seen the state of them? They have to eat breakfast. They have to eat breakfast at the same time. They have to eat lunch. They have to eat lunch at the same time. They have to eat dinner at the same time. Right? It's very, very basic. They're not given very, very basic. They're not given new trainers. They're not given new phones. I don't know who's made up them stories, but they're living in basic squalor, basically.
I know the one in the Metropole, and they're meant to be stopping it. In the Metropole, and they're meant to be stopping it now, and even that had bad reviews. Prior to them doing that, it was horrendous. There's mold, there's damp, it's falling to bits. It needed a massive upgrade and everything. It was horrendous. And then they're complaining, oh, they're in luxury. No, they're bloody not.
That's what they always say, don't they? Oh, they're in 5-star hotels. They always say, don't they? Oh, they're in 5-star hotels. Are they? Are they getting the 5-star service? Are they getting all the extras and like the jacuzzis, the saunas, the absolutely everything? Unless, I mean, obviously, I don't know many 5-star hotels that have quite literal fencing around them with, your stereotypical, what's the security guards? What's the badge called? The SRI, is that what it is? Whatever it is, either way. I don't know any 5-star hotels that are like that in the state that they're in as well. Some of the videos that have been put out there are horrendous.
Well, you can look at the reviews on the Metropole prior to going in, and it was horrendous then. When holidaymakers were writing reviews, it was horrendous, and they had pictures and everything, and that's prior. And then they were complaining because he had funding to upgrade. The Metropole, which I said, but the people who own the hotel are getting the benefits. And then the people staying there are having to live in a building site, essentially.
Literally, yeah, and it's just getting worse and worse. And there's before I had my, because obviously I've had my main account banned. I was talking to so many different people from different, like some people who were in these hotels, and there's women in there who told me, and I've seen evidence of, because I've been sent pictures and videos, like women that, like some asylum seekers, everyone's sitting there going, oh, these people come into this country, they get money. Like we're literally talking like money, like we're literally talking like £8 a week, if that, for some people, and that's on like the higher end. Women in the asylum buildings still have to pay for feminine hygiene products.
Yeah.
As well as stretch out the rest of their food for like the money for their food for themselves, as well as the children they have. Like it's not children they have. Like it's not a viable. It is so. I still maintain it's inhumane. I think it is fucking outrageous and disgusting, the situation that these people get put in, and they're in it. And they're in it for years, and it's so not safe for people. We've got frauditors just walking into hotels, filming, harassing people. You've got men outside shouting all sorts of horrendous abuse. You've got people, men and women, being abused just because of the colour of their skin if they're near that area. Like, fucking what a bloody country we live in. I'm going
to just play devil's advocate here for 1 second, and don't think I'm with these kind of hotels, right? But in theirs, it's better than the positions that they were in their own country, because in some of the countries they've only got one brick wall, not even a roof on top of the head, not even a toilet to flush, not even a hot toilet to flush, not even hot water access, not even cold water access. I agree that they are inhumane conditions in our perspective. In our perspective, but if we look at the conditions over there compared to over here, they're slightly better off. Okay, but I'm not saying it's right. Yeah, I'm just trying to give you like a narrative of for them, it's better.
I would say that a cage is a cage, regardless how you dress it up. Or like if one cage has got 4 bars, one cage has got 3. A cage is a cage, and that's how I see the hotel situation. Because they're looking at this situation. Because they're looking at these people. They're not allowed. A lot of them aren't allowed to leave. Some people do. Like you can't go beyond a certain
I made that
point.
argument the other day.
Like,
that's what I exactly said. That's what I exactly said. I exactly said that. I was on a panel and I says, these people have to eat, sleep, lights are out at a certain time. They're not allowed out the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they are allowed at the house. Says no. Oh yeah, they are allowed at the house. Says no, they're not allowed at. Yeah, but obviously them being driven into town busloads. And then I says, you see them being driven into town busloads, yes, because they probably take them out to go. Because they probably take them out to go and get some snacks or go and get some new shoes or go and get some new whatever, right? But they have to report back. No, some of them. So these people that do commit crimes against women and children who become immigrants, right? They're not being let out of the hotels to go and to commit them. These are sconned. That's what they need to understand. They're not being let out willy nilly. They're absconding, and that's why I said there's only a few select handful that abscond and maybe do these things. Not all of them.
Yeah, but I think even if you get like if we had to flee the UK and we went somewhere and then we were basically told you're going to spend 3 years roughly stuck in this hotel where you will be told when you can and cannot, and you're not allowed to leave without supervision. I think I would probably go, 3 years doing that? I'm absconding.
You wouldn't last. You wouldn't last long, would you?
I wouldn't be able to do it. My mental health would go. It would be gone. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, I've heard of people coming over and they're begging to go into education, volunteering. They're just bored out of their mind. They want to be able to do something because they're not used to just sitting there doing nothing. It's like
the thing is, sorry.
And then they complain that they're not doing anything or paying taxes and stuff like that. You pay tax on everything at the end of the day. But if they could work, they would.
Absolutely.
They're just stopped.
Is there no educational system? Is there no educational system? Sorry, is there no educational system within these hotels? That they, I don't know, breakfast is done, then they learn some English or learn how to write English or learn how to write or read, Is there nothing like that kind of shit? I don't
think there is.
You might get. I don't know. You might have like one. Right? It'll be a charity, yeah. It'll be a charity, yeah. You might get 1 or 2 that are like that, but
in Blackpool we got funding from the EU, which was great, and they had an adult education centre, which is at Blackpool Football Ground, and you do see a lot of people going over there and getting the basics that they need to work in the UK, because obviously all their credentials that they've got from their country doesn't really mean much once they come over here. So they're doing everything to build up their resume so they can work in the UK.
Anyway,
it's pretty nice. Everybody's sound. I've had a look.
I've got to go, but I just want to say this, like when we're kind of when we're kind of talking to people about people who are against immigration, against asylum seeking, whatever they want to term they want to use, right? And they say, oh yeah, they're in these hotels and they're getting this in these hotels and they're getting this, they're getting that, and all the rest of it. I've seen Andre do it. I've seen loads of other people do it. Go, well, here are the facts. Here's actually how much they get. Here's what they go without. They will still not go without. They will still not believe that. They will still believe that they're in a 5-star hotel with spas and bloody water slides. And the thing is this, right? The thing is this, and I get it. The thing is this, and I get it. And I know that sounds a bit crazy, but just hear me out. It all comes down to bitterness. It all comes down to we are in a way, not by any stretch when you compare us to other nations, but our economy, our way of life, our education system, our NHS, everything is struggling, right? So people get bitter and people get bitter and they get pissed off because they think, well, I work bloody hard and I can't afford a holiday this year. I work bloody hard and I can't buy an iPhone. So when you then see that someone's come here and you believe they're getting something better than what you have, that you cannot afford, then you can see why people get bitter. But that's the issue. The reason that we are getting whipped up into this frenzy of being so pissed off, of people becoming outright racist, prejudice, of people not having humanity and empathy, is, I think, all comes down to that. It's the daily struggle that we see ourselves in, and then we think that someone else is getting that for free. And I think that's all a lot of it comes down to that. I'm not saying that you haven't got people that are just outright racist. You haven't got people that are just outright racist. You haven't got people that are prejudiced for this reason. But I think there's definitely a frenzy and more people jumping in that group because of things like that, because of austerity, because of cost of living.
And you'll see
I
the
think we need to
younger
acknowledge
generation.
that. Do you know what I mean? Need to acknowledge that. Do you know what I mean?
And you'll see the
100%.
younger generation do that because the younger generation have been told you can't get this and you can't get that and you can't have this because these people are taking it from you. That's you know. And look, the only people you got to blame is your government. Look, the only people you got to blame is your government. And I said this earlier on to you
Yeah.
that these governments come in with all their fairy tale policies, but in reality they can't apply them because they don't probably do the homework properly. I don't know. You would think they would. And when it comes to reality, and they know this money can't stretch now, they've got to have a full guy, and they've got to have a full guy, and the full guy. If they wanted to stop these border crossings, they can, but they need these border crossings because they need these votes for the people to vote for them. So if they stop, just imagine you stopped immigration, okay, and the NHS still shit, right? The housing market's still shit, the job market's still shit. Who are you gonna blame?
Yeah, exactly.
Who are you gonna blame?
Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly it, mate. You've nailed it. And that's all the Conservatives did. When the Conservatives were like, "Oh, we're not managing to quite sort this out, or hit these kind of like markers, hit these kind of like markers." I know what we'll make a smoke screen. We'll divert your anger at the fact that you can't get a doctor's appointment, that your kid isn't getting a good education. We'll divert the good education. We'll divert the fact that you can't give young people hope anymore because you can't turn around anymore and say, you know what, kid, get a good job, go get education, go to college, university, get a good job. University, get a good job, you get a house, you'll get a car. You can't guarantee those things anymore. So the young people are disillusioned. They're coming feral. They're becoming whatever you want to say about them. And I get it. I get the say about them, and I get it. I get the hopelessness. So what do we do when we can't give you the life that your parents had and your grandparents had? Well, we'll create a smokescreen and we'll blame the people coming on boats, and that's all. The people coming on boats, and that's all it was. And whether they had the foresight to think, actually, if we do this, we're going to open up a can of worms, we'll never know. But they've really screwed us over.
I'm going to leapfrog off something you said, but the first thing that you learn when you go into criminology is crime is socially constructed, and it's not constructed by society as a whole. It's constructed by the rich, and it's all to benefit them. And any and it's all to benefit them. And anything political, it's easy to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, you create a problem. And what I noticed during Nutbar, 78, we're walking down the streets and everybody's happy, and it was the biggest moment I have ever had in my whole entire life. It weren't about me. And then you saw these rich toffs in a five-star hotel filming, sticking their fingers up while drinking champagne while we're all walking past. And I was like, they know what they're doing. They're the problem. They're rich because they're taking advantage out of everybody else. There's no ethical billionaire, millionaire. They're reaping the benefits. Of what's being caused on the streets, because on the other street there's Tommy and his lot, and then we're there for Nutbar. Like,
you're
it was
right,
just
you're right there. You're
weirdest
right there.
moment in my whole entire life.
Look, my argument is if you've got $1 billion, let's just say £1 million business, yeah, okay, you got, I don't know, say 200 employees, okay, I don't know, let's say you're making 10 million a year, and that's profit, and you're taking that home, okay. Why do you need to take 10 million every year home? Why don't
Have a
you
good day, Dave.
take two? Why don't you take 2 million home? Why don't you take 3 million home? The rest of the money can go to your employees to help them. You know,
Most business people take dividends, though, don't they?
yeah.
But if you, they take the big dividends for themselves. And don't give it back to their employees.
Yeah.
That's the way they keep themselves rich.
And loans. What's his name? Elon Musk. He takes out a loan, uses a bit of it, pays it back, takes out another one, pays it back. That's how they don't use their own cash. It's only cash. It's only what they have in market value is lent to them.
It's just debt, isn't it? It's just debt, really.
Yeah.
They're just on
Elon
debt.
Musk did that to buy Twitter, didn't he?
Didn't
he end up loaning like 20 billion from Russia or something silly for it?
Yeah. We're kind of back.
I read something. Someone need to fact check it. Sorry, Don, go on.
We're kind of back to what Karl Marx. I'm not a big, massive Marxist, but I remember doing Marxism, and one of the biggest arguments was it isn't today's situation. But if you look at the gap between the rich and the poor while Marx was talking to how it is now, it's the same. How did we get back to where it is?
We've reverted, haven't we?
Yeah,
We've reverted, haven't we?
Yeah, we can see workhouses could happen. Like, all that stuff could happen today.
I think workhouses are coming. I generally do. Coming. I generally do. History's repeating itself.
Yeah, I think workhouses. I think national service isn't far off as well.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah, you know what?
Can I make a point there about national service? I don't know whether national service would be. You're probably going to shoot me now. Would be a bad thing, okay? Because in my opinion, when you go into the army, let's just say you go into the army now, and that base average salary is about, I don't know, £25,000 for a private starting soldier for training and that. Okay, so 25. Let's just say you got 25 grand. You're in the army for what, 4 years? Yeah. Okay, standard. You're going for the standard. That's a deposit for a house, because you're not using all of that money, because you'll be staying on base. Yeah, you'll be paid for. Your food will be paid for. Your housing will be. The only things you need it for is kind of your own personal personal stuff that you want. Okay, so I don't think that's a bad thing. It might help youngsters then get back onto the property. Because if you want to get into the property ladder now, right, you have to be earning 90 to £150,000. Okay, so let's just say they go into the army, learn a trade as well. Okay, which is free. So So you learn the
Yeah.
trade, which is free. You've got no debt. You learn the
Yeah.
trade, which is free. You've got no debt there. So university, you can save your money to come on the housing market. You've got a skill. So I think there's some positives of that, but it's got to be structured right.
But that's the
Yeah.
scam about it. They teach conformity, so it's like do as you say and don't question the people around with the army. So that's what they with the army. So that's what they try and scam you to get in. Going, you'll learn these skills, and you don't have to go into education. It's easy if we do it. I nearly
Yeah.
fell for it. I remember my great uncle who's like 80 odd now, and he's got who's like 80 odd now, and he's got PTSD from the army. And he was like, "It's not what you think it is. It is not." Because he was in the Falklands, and he was like, everybody is each for their own, and you're fighting people. You all, it is real. It's not a game. It is real. It's not a game. So once you go out in service, no, it's not what you think it is.
I mean, I personally think that they need to start teaching trades early on. Trades early on in secondary school. Okay, bricklaying. They need to start teaching.
Yeah, I was in a live yesterday, and we had the exact same conversation. I think it was yesterday or the day before. And yeah, it was.
Good idea.
It was saying that the guy was saying that we should start teaching trades as early as kind of year 5, year 6, and then bring it into secondary. But I don't know how viable that would be. Obviously, different people have different skills, and different people learn in different ways. But it's
Look, you have your standard.
it's
Look, you have your standard maths, English, and science. Okay.
Sorry for the snoring French bulldog.
Yeah, you have your standard maths, English, science. You see, sometimes I don't use science.
Mine's asleep on the floor.
I don't use science.
Mine's asleep on the floor.
Yeah, I use maths every day. Yeah, I use English every day, but I don't use bloody science.
Yeah, but do you use maths every day? Do you use Pythagoras?
No, mate. I have to use. I have to use. How am I going to pay off my credit card? My missus just spent all my money again.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like those things are the things that need to be taught. Like taxes, mortgages, interest rates. That is interest rates. That kind of stuff is budgeting. Is the stuff that needs to be taught. But it's not. You're taught about the angles of a shape, aren't you?
Those skills do exist though. Who's teach you trades? Who's teach you trades? They're called progressive schools, and you can only afford them if you're rich.
Yeah.
They do exist, and they'll teach the kids the subjects they're interested in, so they'll teach them trades, but they'll kind of get them to learn maths and English and all that sort of stuff, but they cost a lot of money. Again, they keep teaching them. They keep teaching them to be independent as well and think on their own. They're treated as a mutual within the class.
Yeah.
Imagine that. What concept that would be. Hold on, 3 card. Hold on, 3 card. Hold on, buddy. Leo,
Sorry.
you wanted to say something? You were talking in the comments. What's up?
Hey guys.
You right, mate?
Yeah, I can only tell you the truth, what I heard, and it was a long time ago. It was in 1978. I was 17. Came home, sat with my dad. My mum was making tea. The news was on. Main news. I think Russia or America was in Afghanistan, I think. I'm not sure which one. But one of our newsreaders was over there. And he interviewed this young fighter, right? Young guy in camos and that. And this young guy come out. Now, I suggest you look this news reel up because you won't believe it if I tell you it. But he interviews him, and this guy tells him about a plan they've devised to invade and destroy the West. He says there's no way we're ever going to beat the West with military means. He says we know this. We're not stupid. He says there's no way we're going to do it. He says, but we've noticed how soft the West is becoming. He says, and we've devised a 50-year plan. And he laid out this 50-year plan. And it started with, right? This is how it started. He says, over the next 50 years, you will notice we will be flooding your shores as refugees. He says, and the fools as refugees. He says, and the fools you are. He says, you'll welcome us with open arms. And the newsreader said, I think you'll find it's a bit more complicated than that, mate. He says, don't you worry. He says, don't you worry. He says, we've got the plan. And then he went on about what they're going to do when they get here. You know, how they're going to, first thing they said they were going to set about doing in this plan is destroying the bloodline. And it's like, what? And the guy says, I don't understand. How are you going to do that? He says, we're going to breed with all your women. And he says, I think you'll find women. And he says, I think you'll find women in the West are not. He says, look, we have a plan for that. He says, don't worry about it. He says, and then we're going to take office. We're going to build an infrastructure. He's going to build an infrastructure. He says, and then when the orders come, he says, the world will not believe what happens. And I can see you smiling. You don't believe me, do you? You don't believe me? Look it up, mate. Look it up, mate. Look it up.
Rivers of blood again. Who was he? Rivers of blood.
See what I mean? People make me laugh. You won't. I don't know why. Do you think I've made this up?
No.
Do you think I've made this up?
No.
I've been carrying this for 50 years, mate. 50 years
like
I've been carrying this.
Who told you this?
It was on the main news. It was on the main news. It was on the main news in 1978. I was sat with my father. I even turned to my father and said, and he was dying. He was ill at the time. And I turned to him and says, oh, don't worry about that, man. I says, because they'll never get here. You know what I mean? This
on the news, people, what can I say? People from the East in 1978 on the news said about a 50-year plan.
Yes. And everything he said in that plan That's when I start carrying it about 20 years ago.
I don't think it was the Americans that were invading Afghanistan at that time. I think it was the Soviets.
Russia.
Yeah, it was Russia.
I think it was the Soviets.
Yeah, it was Russia.
I think it was the Soviets.
Yeah, there was always somebody there. It was non-stop. I mean, you can't blame it for being angry. But
the Americans followed, didn't they? They folled it.
It was one after. It was one after another one too.
Because they then funded them, didn't they?
They even made Rambo. They made films about it. You look like that guy off that army film. What's it? Tom Cruise took the part first, and then another guy on Netflix.
Tom Cruise.
There was about an army guy who. Goes on his own. What's it called?
Saving Private Ryan.
No.
That's the one that I had in my head. I was like, hang on, do I look like a jarhead?
They've made a few films of it. He's just a guy out the army who ends up helping people. But they've made a series of it now on Netflix. Called Razor.
Yeah, you're right, babe. The interview this gentleman's talking about is the Nationwide interview. Nationwide was a television current affairs program in the 90s. Current affairs program in the 90s.
No, it wasn't Nationwide. I know Nationwide. They're the local news. This was the main news at 5:45.
Yes, and part of what they showed was on Nationwide. Part of what they showed was on Nationwide.
Listen to me. Words.
Hold on.
Get the words out.
So it was. Oh my fucking god! I've come up to. I've come up to help. So please, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help with this issue.
Trying to find it.
So as far as I'm aware, it was re-shown in 1986, and it was also shown in 1986, and it was also shown again in the early 90s. It was an excerpt that may have appeared on the main news, but it was actually from the program a program Nationwide, which was a current affairs program in the 1970s, and I believe it finished in like 1988. And it was an interview. It was a program where there was a prominent Islamic figure, and it was also Enoch Powell. Enoch Powell was on the program.
No,
Good old
incorrect.
Enoch.
No, it wasn't. I've been looking
Knew he
for
would be
this for
involved.
years. This interview, so I can get it again. And I think it's been buried. And it's
No,
not
it's
on Nationwide, right? It is on the main news,
it was
and it was one of the main.
Yeah.
And it was one of the main newsreaders. The one of the main.
Yeah. He's not disputing that it was on the main news, but it was done.
It was the main newsreader of the time. I think it might have been Sandy Gall.
It may have.
Sandy Gall.
It may have. Yes.
He was interviewing a young soldier, right? And this soldier was an intelligent.
Are you on about the so right? Because I know a lot about the military history side of things. A lot about the military history side of things as well. A hell of a lot, especially because what I do for a day job, right? So,
I never said he was military. I said he was in camo.
So what you'd be referring. Yes. So what you'd be referring to there is a group called the Mujahideen. The Mujahideen.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yes,
I know.
yes,
I don't know what they were called.
Oh my,
I can't remember.
So the So the Mujahideen were in direct opposition to the Soviet Russia, and the reason why that they were our friends, at the time, was because this all stems from the creation of the petrodollar exchange system. And to be clear, a lot of the problems that we have today are petrodollar related. And so what happened was the petrodollar exchange system was created. It financially boosted the West, it was a significant detriment to the United Soviet Socialist Republic. You then had the West provide a shit ton of weaponry to the Mujahideen within Afghanistan. You name it, we gave it to them so they could fight the Soviets. At the same time, we also gave from 1981 we gave a shit ton of weaponry to the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein to support their war against Iran.
I understand all this, but it's irrelevant. I
know the interviews because it was not just one interview.
Mate, you don't understand. Nobody can predict what's going to happen over the next 50 years and get it exactly right to the last detail. Not even Nostradamus. Nostradamus.
Okay, so
you're talking to me like I'm a fool, and you're
trying to answer. I'm trying to provide context.
I'm not interested in what you're saying. I'm on about one guy. I'm on about one guy who said they were going to attack the West. And you're going on about we give them guns.
It wasn't just a singular interview. It wasn't just a singular interview. It's the
only one I've seen, and it's stuck in my mind.
Just listen to him, for God's sake, and shut
up. Listen to
up.
somebody who's talking about giving Saddam Hussein money. It's nothing to do with what I'm saying money. It's nothing to do with what I'm on about.
It is, oh my fucking God, it's everything to do with everything you're on about. It wasn't money. We gave Saddam weapons, like we gave the Mujahideen weapons because it enabled us to fight against the USSR without us actually having to get our hands dirty.
I was there.
Oh my fucking God, just stop interrupting. I'm trying to provide proper information here, and you keep on interrupting. Just let me finish, for fuck's sake. Jesus, weep. Anyway, as I was saying, it was not just a singular. There wasn't just singular interviews back then. There was a significant series of interviews, and it was all and a significant chunk of them was based around the fact that at the time we were doing everything we could to avoid direct conflict with the USSR because of the potential of mutually assured destruction. So we used so the Mujahideen and Iraq were used as Western proxies, and vice versa. the places like Iran was used as proxies for the USSR. And there were a series of interviews, especially given the fact that the Middle East had only been freed from colonial occupation for just over a generation. Especially from the likes of England, that that a lot of people saw the need to do what you have claimed that the interviewer said.
Anything, mate.
And no, I know, you've come up, you've made a claim. You've come up, you've made a claim, and I'm verifying the claim.
What I'm doing is telling you exactly what I heard.
Yes, and I'm providing context for the other
you can't
people.
Tell me it didn't happen, and that's I don't know what you're trying to do. And that's I don't know what you're trying to do.
Did I say that? You're not listening.
No, it doesn't matter what you're saying. The thing is, the guy
I am providing context and nuances are important when discussing such topics, my friend. And you're just saying bare bones without any context. Or factual based reality.
Jump in 1 second here, right? Look, regardless of whether this guy come on TV and says we're going to invade your shores in 50 years, right? Doesn't mean that it was planned. The bottom line you got to understand is that this government, any government that's took over in England, right? They suppress England, right? They suppress the poor. It's simple as they need puppets like us to argue. They need people to work like dogs to line their own pocket for their rich friends and and that is the truth of the matter. You're never going to get a party that's going to come in and make everything fair for everybody. It's never going to happen because
now
the rich
talking about the talking about the government. I'm on about what a guy said.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
it's all come true. And the thing is, a threat like that, and then we still let them in. Don't tell me the government doesn't know.
Right, Leo. This is so. Let's just say right now, because I'm still trying to verify anything remotely close to what you've said on like any kind of proof or evidence. Like I'm genuinely, this is what I'm looking for.
I've never found.
I know I'm right, Leo. I'm not. I'm right, Leo. I'm not saying that you didn't hear it. I'm just saying that I can't find it or verify, so I can't see. I'm just going on your information, which is essentially secondhand information.
Yeah, I understand.
What I'm saying is, if this is on from a TV show, and it's okay, so it was the news in the 70s.
Yeah.
They've spoken to one person.
Yeah.
Who was that person?
He was.
Was he a king? Was he a president? Was he a president?
No, it was.
No, they didn't know it was.
I don't know. I can't remember his name.
And this is why I was trying to
come out the store, all in camos, as though he was army. And
this was one of them.
And he told him basically, we know we can't win.
Right.
So
he was one of them. He was one of Andre.
Auntie, one sec. Hold on. Auntie, one sec. Hold on. The point of it is,
I don't know whether it is that.
Hey, Born on Mum, I'll check it out. I'll check it out in a sec. Hold on.
I hope you find it, mate.
The point is, you're basing what you heard one young person say, like 50 odd years ago, nearly, and somehow is he representative of the entire East?
No, listen, for 20 years, mate. For 20 years, mate, I laughed.
Coming here, breeding and taking over.
And then I heard that they were coming in on boats and we were welcome. And the phrase that was used was,
Leo,
when you've been
Leo,
welcome.
hold on.
So I can't talk.
Leo, hold on.
So I can't
Boats.
talk.
Right. No, hold on. Right, boats. We did not have a single small boat until Nigel Farage forced Brexit upon us. forced Brexit upon us. 2017, there was not a single damn boat. 2018, the boats started happening.
Over the last 40
we never
years,
had a single solitary boat. Never had a single solitary boat for the entirety. How did they know Brexit was coming?
I don't know. This is exactly it. This is why I say don't tell me the government didn't know. I say don't tell me the government didn't know about this plan.
The opinion's conflated, though.
I'm telling you, you'll see.
Leo, the opinion's conflated because if you look at it this way, right? The Soviets invaded Afghanistan. We invaded Iraq. The amount of places that we've invaded and we've bombed in the Middle East, like to try and get all we need.
I know all this, and I said I don't. I know all this, and I said I don't.
Let me land, man. Let me finish. Please let me finish. The amount of people that we've bombed in that. Do you not think people are going to be displaced and want?
Do you saying it?
To be displaced and want.
Do you saying it again? Do I not think it's nothing to do with me? I'm telling you what I heard.
So what's your opinion on it?
What you do with it is up to you. I hope to God you find it, because if every person in this country seen that interview, we would never be in this predicament that we're in today.
Okay. The 1951.
Sorry,
I'm serious, mate. Don't look at me like that. You would not let somebody into your house.
As a fellow Gen Xer, you should know that you should know all about what we were taught by both the World War I and World War II fighting generation, because we had mass exposure to them, because there was many of them still with us, and we were taught as children by both those fighting generations, some of which fought in both wars. Yep. And we know that in 1951, because of the events of the Holocaust, which unalived over 14 million people in Europe. I'm not even mentioning the Japanese. I'm not even mentioning the Japanese and what they did, although we always forget to talk about that. But nevertheless, we created the 1951 Convention on Refugees and Displaced Persons. Then there was also the 1967 convention as well, which as a founding member of the United Nations, because this was when the UK was still part of the superpower club, by the way, right? It's certainly for the first one. No, don't laugh. Don't laugh. No, it's a fact, because
it's just the way you're talking to me like I'm a child.
No. It's again context. No. It's again context and nuance. Context and nuance is super duper important when talking about these subjects. And if you fail to provide either, then I will actually go into full explanation mode so that people fully understand. So the reason why we have people turning up on our shores, like they have people turning up on multiple countries' shores and land borders, is because of the 1951 and the 1967 conventions. Conversely. And again, just to reiterate what Andre said, we did not have the problem that we have now until we, being a bunch of petulant kids throwing our toys out the pram, and certain members of our societies I didn't vote out, I voted Remain, by the way, pretending like the empire is still well and truly with us and rule Britannia rules the waves, and all of that bullshit.
Wow, you sound so anti-English. We
voted out of the European Union, which led to us decoupling from the Dublin One Accords. The Dublin One Accords, which gave us a lot more ability to deal with the situation. And you say I'm sounding anti-English.
Yes,
I'm Welsh. I'm Welsh. And I am and it's not being anti anybody in this country. It's a matter of fact based upon matter of fact based upon legal premise that I am talking about. Just because you don't like facts, I'm not going to get involved with your feelings.
Facts.
I'm
telling you the truth. I was told this by one of them. Why would I lie about something like this?
Nobody's
You
saying
said.
you're lying. Nobody's saying you're lying. The difference is there's
But he's
time
coming out with all
period.
these excuses.
There's
But he's
time
coming out with
period.
all these excuses as though I'm lying, as though
It's
I'm not
legal.
telling
No,
you the truth.
There's no excuse, man.
I have not said that you were lying. No, I have not said that you were lying. I have not said you were lying. I have not said you were lying.
People saying history
I have
is
not said
okay.
I have not said you were lying. What I have done is just provided legal context. I have just provided legal factual context. And you are saying that, I'm saying that you're lying and stuff like that. I'm not suggesting one iota that you are lying. In fact, I remember seeing that some of the very interviews.
It sounds as though you're against what I'm telling you.
No, that's a personal attack. No, that's a personal attack. No, what I'm referring to is the actual letter of the law based upon the international framework that we ourselves are in part responsible for setting up in the first place. I deal with facts. I don't care about your
set
feelings.
a law so people can come into the
Sorry,
country in the
I have a
thousands
question.
illegally.
Because I was only 10 when this happened. So you said there's no votes until 2018. Okay. So how did the Kosovans come over when England and America invaded Kosovo in 1995? Was it 1995, 1996? So how did they come over? I don't know.
Lorries. Back of lorries. Safe, legal routes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It frightens me that everything that guy said has actually happened. Why won't the last 1% of his plan?
Sorry, I apologize again, but your feelings I don't care about. I deal with facts, and this is in fact of international. This is a fact of international law. You might feel differently, but until the laws change on an international basis, which would take a renegotiation,
Mate, if that guy was telling the truth, we might not be here.
Renegotiation at the United Nations level. So it doesn't even have anything to do with the European Union, and your feelings are getting in the way of facts. And I apologise, Andre.
No, nothing to apologise for, Auntie. Nothing in the slightest. I was getting annoyed with the constant interruptions and the constant saying of, I'm telling the truth like no one said he wasn't, and I'm telling the truth like no one said he wasn't, and he heard something 40 plus years ago, and I've been trying to find anything remotely resembling, and
I'm aware there was a series of interviews where certain similarities were said, but what we're talking about here is one of the Mujahideen commanders, and if I do believe correctly, that person was sent to his virgins by a Russian missile strike.
This is why facts are so important, because memory isn't what you think it is, and it changes over time. And if it's 40 plus years ago, you wouldn't necessarily take that as a statement as it is, because it changes it. Connections are made by yourself.
Say that it is true that this guy did say that, but it doesn't mean that he what the whole said, that it represents the whole of the East and that it was going to happen. You know, I could say that we're going to invade, I don't know, somebody else's borders in 20 years. Doesn't mean that I know that it's true. It's just
I just find it hypocritical when talking about these topics. When people in Western countries, and I said I'm Welsh, I'm native born and bred, and I look at what born and bred, and I look at what was done to my ancient peoples, and I just find it just hypocritical as hell when you're dealing with a people like our people who are being continuously told we're a Christian nation, blah blah blah. We've always been Christian. I just point to Stonehenge and go, please explain that if we've always been Christian.
Yeah.
Um, um, yeah. So shut the hell up. And also some of the ancient fairy circles that we still have in Wales. Again. Oh, so we've always been Christian, have we? But the reality is that you've got a lot of countries in places like Africa who were never Christian, had never even fallen for either the Islamification or the Christianation of throughout many centuries after the creations of both religions. And yet, subsequently, when colonial times happened, they were all forced to convert to Christianity to the point now that they are, in some cases, extreme in their faith. And even traditional believers that still worshipping the old pantheistic ideology that they've always believed in for many thousands of years, they're very often hunted down by their own people, because we forced Christianity collectively onto multiple peoples across multiple regions of the world, and I just find it absolutely hypocritical when it's always that Islam is the problem. You know,
Definitely.
where's the acknowledgement of the crimes of Christianity on the people, and what is happening today in when you look at the United States, where they are even talking about sending women to prison for 30 years in both South Carolina and Louisiana just for having an IUD. It's disgusting, the hypocrisy of these so-called Christian champions needs to be silenced. And I am neither Christian or Muslim. I am not. I am not a believer in
So it's
either of those two.
IUD. It's IUD.
IUD, sorry.
Sorry?
Anyway,
Sorry?
I land my plane. Sorry, guys, but I just needed to push that point forward.
No, that's absolutely fine, Auntie. I appreciate you coming up and saying all that for us, because I honestly had no idea. I'm still trying to find any semblance of points that that he was talking on, but just the rudeness and the lack of substance for it is astounding. Now I'm gonna go very shortly, but
No,
something
thank you.
that's
I'm glad to find a panel that are not anti-immigrant and racist.
My family, my family
yeah,
is like.
we don't do racism here. We don't do anti-immigrants here. Everything is backed up with facts, proof, evidence. And it's as we've seen, we have discussed on numerous occasions the racism in football, for example. For a lot of people who don't know who Lucy White is, who's a Restore campaigner, who thinks that the men here, you've got Harry Maguire, who's not going to the World Cup. You've got Mark Gahey, who is going to the World Cup, but apparently Mark Gahey has demographically replaced Harry Maguire.
No, just I mean I don't rate Mark Gay myself. I probably would have gone with Maguire. If I had to, but I don't understand Tom his logic behind that. I do
Well,
think
it's not so much the point of. It's not so much the point of. It's not so much the point of why he has gone and why he hasn't gone. It's the point of the amount of white people like her who are perpetrating hate on him just because of his skin color and his ethnicity.
you know half the England teams
And look at
from a different
what happened with the four boys.
from a different.
Look at what happened with the four boys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was in a debate the other day about this, and they were saying that not one English person, not one natural English person is going to the World Cup. I said John Stones is going. He's English. But yeah,
has he got? Isn't he? Isn't he got Irish parents or Irish grandparent? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, if I'm just disgusted that any of the men's teams are taking part in this World Cup, considering the treatment of women in America right now. I think that the women's teams should have spoken out. And should have demanded that their male counterparts stand down, citing the treatment of women and girls in the United States, where they are literally arresting people and prosecuting women for things like miscarriages. They are putting laws in place that allow, for example, brief example, if you were a 20-year-old walking home in Texas from your college campus late at night after working in your coffee shop to earn some extra money, and you were raped, and you did the hospital, the rape kit went to the police, etc., and the police actually did their fucking job, and the rapist got arrested and all of that. Now, here's the thing: the people providing your AB, if the Plan B pill didn't work, which is morning after pill, several weeks later, they can literally the rapist can sue all of the medical staff and also his parents, can sue all of the medical staff for denying them a grandchild.
the fuck.
Yeah, and that's the sort of shit that's happening in America to women. It's Handmaid's Tale, Christian Gilead, and yet no one wants to talk about that because it's all the Muslims' fault. It's all the Muslims' fault.
Auntie, can I just tell you in reality, and I appreciate that you're saying that players should boycott, okay? Maybe fans should boycott as well, but the reality is, right, in reality, these players only play for the World Cup every 4 years. They don't earn a huge amount. Sorry, just let me finish, please. They don't earn a huge amount from their playing international career. Okay, where they earn the money is through their clubs. Okay, they earn the millions and millions of pounds through club wages, through sponsors. If a player,
they earn it through sponsors. They earn it through sponsors at national duty as well,
but not as much as they do through domestic. Okay,
yeah, not as much, but their international money they receive for representing their country just through the sponsors alone is more money than all of us would earn in a year combined.
Okay, I totally understand that, but what I'm trying to say here is that once you have a player who starts to pipe up, right? Okay, just look at Metal Ozil, okay? Once you have a player that starts to pipe up, he's a problem for the club. Look at Cristiano Ronaldo, best player in the world, in my opinion, right? Okay. Was at the best club, Manchester United, okay? But why did he get sent away? Why did nobody of the Premier League want them? Because he piped up. So the problem is I understand what you're saying, but
Korea.
then the player's got to say, if they're going to pipe up, then they've got to understand that they're no longer going to be eligible to play. No longer going to be eligible to play in the Premier League.
But in that same breath,
I apologise for the inconvenience for the football players might having their careers a little bit stunted. But women having their literal lives completely ruined, and because they've been raped, and then the medical providers didn't provide the AB afterwards because they're afraid of getting sued and potential criminal yeah, but it's like they're literally trying to in US states right now to criminalize baseline contraception that could at least protect a woman in the event of rape or incest, and yet our football boys and girls, and don't even get me started on the Olympics lot. The whole lot of them don't give a flying fuck. Apart from from our country, there are some countries that are boycotting it in part because of what's happening to women and girls in the United States. But it's always about, they say they care about the safety of women and girls. That's why they always go after the 0.04% trans people in our society. But they don't care about women and girls so long as straight cishet, mostly white men can carry on raping and doing whatever they want to do. And turning it into some Handmaiden's Tale and what's happening in this country right now through the Centre of Better Britain, Reform and Restore UK, we're heading down exactly the same thing under Project Resolute 1850, which is our version of Project 2025 and Project Esther, and people need to wake the fuck up, and this is why we shouldn't be supporting an American Olympics or FIFA World Cup.
What do you think would happen if England dropped out?
It's not just England. We all should be. We should make it loud and clear that we do not accept what's happening to women and girls. We do not accept what's happening to women and girls. We do not accept what's happening to children, where they're trying to lower the age of consent throughout the United States. Yep. We don't accept the human rights violations. They can fuck off for starters for slating all of our service personnel. Now, whether or not the wars that they were involved in was illegal or not, they still were sent and they still risked their lives.
Sorry, Anthony.
No, please interrupt. Sorry, I'm very angry this morning.
There's a saying, they came for the trans people and I didn't speak, and then they came for the immigrants and I didn't speak, and then they came for me. And I didn't speak, and then they came for me. So if you don't say something, you don't make that stand, they will keep coming. They'll keep coming, and then it's you.
I'm just giving context.
Yes,
I'm just giving context.
Yes,
I'm just giving context as to why these players don't pipe up. Why they don't pipe up? Because unfortunately, money is all that matters to them, and I was in a panel the other day about racism in football in Britain, especially when like players like Saka and Wan-Bissaka get chance. Adebayor was getting chance and all this kind of stuff. My argument is they were saying, okay,
like Mark Gahey being born in the Ivory Coast, for example.
Yeah, you need to stop watching football. No, that's never going to happen. Football's my religion, right? Okay, so. But what about these players? Yeah,
well, let's deconstruct your religion, because I don't give a damn about the male. The male.
No, but why don't players? What is players that bothered?
I don't care.
I don't. What is players that bothered?
I don't care. I don't care. Look, right. Look, when it comes to.
Hold on.
I apologise.
It's all right. Hold on. Why?
I'm just saying. Why don't players?
Three card. What did they say to you about Three card. What did they say to you about not what? Why would they say don't watch football if
So
you've got England players from other countries?
No, so I was in a panel, right, and they were saying to me that I all support racism in football because I continuously watch football. And then they said to me, when you go to a game and you hear racist chants, what do you do? I said, I report it to the you do. I said, I report it to the steward, or what? I said, what can I do? I said, the thing is, if I pipe up and say something to these fans, I'm likely to get a kicking, right? Don't go to the games, don't watch the game. Don't go to the games, don't watch the games. Well, I'm sorry, but it's the clubs who have got to take responsible for those fans. It's they need to kick them out. Why should I suffer just because? Why should I suffer just because of a minority of people who are ignorant, right?
But
My argument
racism.
is, what about these players who are receiving £300,000 a week, then going on TV making a program? I'm so affected by this racism. Well, if you're so affected by this racism, don't play.
But racism isn't new in football, is it? Like, it's not. Racism isn't new in football, is it? Like, it's not
No.
something that's just happened, is it? It's been around forever. Like,
yeah,
it's not new.
And don't even get me started about how. How every time there's a Premiership or Championship football game, DV rates in this country skyrocket based on what happens to the the team, win, lose or draw.
Go on.
Yeah, like the issue that I have, right? We absolutely should maintain the Say No to Racism campaign in football, and I think it's very important. But what I'd really like to see in equal stead is the captains of both football teams, the male teams, get out in on the center point of and in every single fucking game, and tell the crowd and tell the crowd, I don't care which side you support. You don't go DVing your missus or your loved one, and you don't beat up your sister or something like that because one of us has lost the game today.
Unfortunately, that'd be a good idea, but unfortunately, you got to understand that when these clubs and these clubs and people like the FA and FIFA they blanket these problems. They don't think they exist.
I used to love watching football. I used to go to games with my family all the time. I have stopped watching football. I have stopped engaging with the sport, and it killed me. And alived me to do so because I've been brought up in a very sportive family. The boys and the girls. In my family, we were brought up going to cricket, going to football, going to rugby, stuff like that. You very rarely hear about these incidents in rugby. This is a systemic problem with the football fan base, and the football fan base needs to deal with it. And that means that the clubs and the teams and the team captains and the sponsors need to get their arse into gear and deal with the sickening treatment of women and girls, because I'm sick and tired of hearing these chuckle fuckers, as I call them, go, oh, we gotta stop the boats, think of the women and girls.
You're absolutely right. My other point that I want to make about that women's football is not exposed. That women's football is not exposed enough, and they're not getting the same wages. You know who you have to blame for that? You have A, the consumers, B, the sponsors, and C, the TV providers, and C, the TV providers, because it works in a vicious circle, right? So why won't the TV providers put these games on during prime time for women? Because they're not prime time for women. Because they're not getting any money from advertising or sponsors. Right? Who are these sponsors aiming at? They're aiming at consumers, people like me and you, right?
But they are on prime time now. They are on prime time now.
Not really. Not on a Sun. Okay, can you imagine if you replaced a women's game on a 4:30 on a Sunday when you got Manchester on a Sunday, when you got Manchester United versus Arsenal, and you replace that with the women's, they're in bloody uproar, mate.
I watched one on Sky Sports the other day. Like it was like 3:00. It was a 3:00 kickoff on Sky. 3:00. It was a 3:00 kickoff on Sky Sports of a women's game.
Yeah, but on a Saturday.
Look, women's football is on TV. I am aware of it. That is. I am aware of it. That is perhaps, but that they are the only games that I'll even think of watching anymore.
They're not on Prime.
The men's game
They're
I
not on
stopped
Prime
watching
time.
because of all of the problems with it. And the trouble is, I know you. And the trouble is, I know you. Like my friend, your PFP is an Arsenal badge, so I know that you love your football. I get that. But there has got to be we've got to stop. We've got to stop the excuses. And right now, what is happening in the United States, women and girls, needs to be called out. And the men's team should have stayed at home.
So we need to start from the top.
Should have stayed at home.
So we need to start from the top.
Should have stayed at home.
So we need to start from the top.
Three card. Hold on. So go to your experience. You know, you're in the stands. You're with your fans around you. People start chanting racist stuff. You're not going to say racist stuff. You're not going to say anything about it because you're surrounded by them, but you go to tell a steward or anything else. Have you not got other fans with you who will sit there and go, what on earth are these lot doing? Of course
they do.
Well, then why don't you join with those people and stand against it and stop it?
Yeah, but when you got bevied up, right, idiots with their tops up, right, idiots with their tops off, right, ready to basically...
Yes, the same kind of people who kick the cat and molest the dog. Yes, I'm very aware. Just like Auntie, I'm very well versed in sports. I'm very well versed in sports and fans.
So, this is why I rarely go to games anymore, because the atmosphere at games now is terrible. I used to love going because I used to get this sense of a rush. You know,
just Arsenal. Sorry, it's just Arsenal. It's just Arsenal has that atmosphere. Sorry,
but it's got to stop. It's got to stop, and it's got to stop. And
FIFA need to take.
But it's not just FIFA.
FIFA. Fans need to.
Yes.
Fans need to do it. Just like men need to stop other men. Just like men need to stop other men assaulting and hurting women and children.
But they don't. But
it's
men
not just
don't do
the
it.
people at the top.
Men don't want to. But men don't do it. No, they don't.
No, because men are perpetual cowards.
Yeah.
Men are perpetual cowards.
Yeah. Blame the trans people. Blame the immigrants. Like actually, you know, if you look, there was like 84,000 reported rapes around that figure last year, right? That's a huge amount, right? That's a huge amount. Even if we were to throw every migrant out or immigrant out, it would only knock about 10,000 from that figure, which is proportional to the makeup. So 84,000. And
84,000 grapes were committed last year in Britain. You're saying,
yes,
okay.
yes.
How many were done by
Yes, only around 10,000 were attributed to people of non-British origin. That includes non-British origin. That includes non-British white, non-British Asian, and so on and so forth. That still leaves 74,000 natives who are touching up and doing nasty shit to women. 74,000, and we're doing nothing about it. And instead we're sending. Well, you guys, I'm Welsh. We're not even in this one. We're not even in this one. But the English that on this one, and this isn't a bitch about England and Wales either. It's just a fact. The English are happy to send their team over to America, where they are literally covering up the e-files and all of this, and they are putting in very draconian laws that will strip women of all protections when it comes to their to women's bodies and girls. And so to me, it's a systemic problem. It's a male problem. Full fucking stop. Male problem. Full fucking stop. The fact of the matter being, if you're in Europe, the largest proportion of rapists and essayists are going to be white men. You go to China, it's going to be Chinese men. You go to It's going to be Chinese men. You go to below the Sahara. I don't use the term sub-Saharan because that's a colonial term, right? But you go below the Saharan line into the rest of Africa. It's going to be black men because of population density. It's black men because of population density. It's a fact. It's based upon population dynamics. Nothing is being done, and football is not doing enough to protect women and girls. Enough to protect women and girls.
The issue you got here, right? Is if you say to the fans, okay, boycott it, you're gonna have some bald guy in the fans.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care. I really don't care, though, my friend. I really don't care.
No, I'm just trying to say.
Thank you, Big
what I'm trying to say is you're gonna have somebody who's got a bald head. You're gonna have somebody who's got a bald head, a swastika on their chest, basically, and you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of fans who are like that, who don't give a shit about this stuff. That's what you got to understand. So then, where you go, you say to England, England, don't go to the World Cup. England going to turn around. They don't care because they're making billions and billions. They're making billions and billions of pounds from this in terms of England going to the World Cup through sponsors, through fan sales, through people flying on aeroplanes, through people buying boxes, through people doing this. They don't give a shit, mate. That's the reality of it. Is they don't give a shit.
Three card. Could I ask a question, please?
Yeah,
Well, there's a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. So why do you think racism is just part of the problem within football?
Why do I think it's part of a problem?
You said it was part of the problem. Only small part.
I'm not understanding.
You said small part. That's the reason that I come up.
I didn't say small part. I never once said it's a small part. When did I say that?
So
I've never
what
said
percentage would you say then about racism within football?
Well, to 100% people. Well, to 100% people are racist in there. Full stop. What can you realistically do apart from banning those fans outside of the stands and putting messages through messaging that racism is not acceptable, which is
so what does a racist look like?
I don't know. You tell me.
So how can we ban racism from football then?
Because so you take those people out of the stands who are
how do we know what they look like? Because you said it's only a small problem within
hold
football.
on. People have been banned for life for racism. Right? So
but it's still happening. It's still happening today. But you seem really disingenuous in what you are saying, because you said you have BLK friends.
Yeah, so what?
But do you not know that in itself
I'm not getting into this argument now.
You are tokenising your BLK friends, and I would argue that
instead of run away, guys.
I'll hand over to you, Leanne.
I'm not getting into this argument because now you're going to say I shouldn't be watching football.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Hang on, John Terry got banned for racism, but he carried on playing after he got banned.
Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna be brief. I need to go to the hospital. Let me just expose this guy at the very bottom. So 3 Card was on a panel a couple of days ago. Mr. Figs, Naomi Who in the comment section, they were there with me. On a panel talking about said specific thing about immigrant and racism within football. Mr. 3 Card here along with someone else called Amor, denying that racism's even a problem in football.
I didn't say that. Okay,
shut up.
No, you shut your mouth.
No, you shut up.
Don't tell me.
You was disrespectful. No, you shut up.
Don't tell me.
You was disrespectful to me on that live, so I'm gonna. No, because you called me.
3 Card, don't you dare to speak to a woman like that.
Oh, you guys don't know how he spoke to me in the previous. Live. He called me racist and all sorts.
I lost my straw with him. Like, you guys know me, I don't really lose my cool. But him and the other sellout man that was sitting next to him on that panel for 2 hours, straight, and he was denying it. Yeah, it was absolute mind games. He was rude to me the whole life. Anyway, mute yourself, darling. Mute yourself, darling.
You're not putting me in a bad light because I won't stop watching football. Right?
There we go. Yep,
because
go on, keep exposing yourself. Go on.
Football, so I'm a racist.
Keep exposing yourself. Go on. God. Have you finished?
Host. Oh, God.
Have you finished?
Host. Does that make sense to you?
Have you finished exposing yourself?
Football, I'm a racist.
Again, he always did this. He always did this to me. He did this to me in the other live.
No, because she
did this to me in the other live.
No, because she's saying.
Because I exposed him.
Listen. Here's the sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry, Miss Leanne, to interrupt you.
No,
because clearly doesn't have respect for women, yeah. So maybe you'll fucking listen to me, yeah, or maybe not.
He
listen,
does. He listens to men.
Brethren, I don't know who you are, yeah. Listen, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
No,
shut up. I'm talking.
You shut your fuck up.
I said shut up. I'm talking.
And then people can't be rude back.
Can't be quiet.
Shut up. I'm talking. Bumberhole.
He listens to men with deep voices.
This is the problem with Bumberhole.
I don't care whether you're talking. Don't tell me.
But listen, brother, in real life, do you know what? You get clapped up, yeah? So shut your mouth, right? Shut your mouth. I'm sick and tired of pussy holes coming on his fucking app, yeah? Hiding behind their little badges and their little fucking
meet me if you want. Meet me if you want.
Brother, you don't want this smoke, my G.
No. Trust me, free cards.
Trust me, you don't want this smoke, my guy.
Free cards, you don't want this
smoke, my guy.
Free cards, you don't want it.
Smoke. What are you fire?
Please, you just sit behind your phone all day.
I know I may not sat out on free cards.
Because I won't watch
Big man, shut your blood. Shut your blood clot, big man, yeah? And listen to what people are fucking saying.
You shut up.
All right? You're hiding behind a screen, yeah? You're hiding behind a screen. Send your location. You're hiding behind a screen. Send your location or go suck your mother. One of the two. I don't care which one. Preferably the first one, and then after the first one, you can go suck your mother same way. Because I've watched you come in his life and chat shit. What?
Suck your mother.
What?
Suck your mother.
Make me. I'm standing here with my face up. Look. This is me. I'm not hiding. I don't hide from pussies like you. I don't hide from pussies like you.
You're hiding from pussies like you. Saka's a sellout. He gets racism and he still gets £300,000
Who the fuck are you to call people
That's what I've come to. That's what I've come to expose.
How dare you take that badge? Listen, I'm not even a fucking Arsenal fan, but take that fucking badge from your fucking profile, yeah, where you want to sit there and talk about Manny. You couldn't walk a mile in their bumper. Manny, you couldn't walk a mile in their bumper clock shoes, bruv. You're pussy. You hide behind the screen. You fucking hide behind. I'll talk over you, Batty. I'll talk over you, Batty.
There it is. There it is.
Shut up, bruv.
Not making
you
nonsense.
You couldn't walk a mile in a man's fucking shoes. You're an idiot, bruv.
Yeah, and
don't worry about how fucking volatile I am. And that's what pisses you off people like you, Scott, yeah? Because you can't control man like me. I will stand here with my face. Oh, look, there you are. There he is.
So what?
That's your hair.
Brother, are you Asian?
Yeah.
Asian? Are you Asian?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you then, bruv? Shut the fuck up.
Why are you moving like that?
You fucking sellout. You're coconut, bruv. You should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah? Go speak to the uncle. Yeah? Go speak to the uncle. Go speak to the uncle, bruv. Honestly, I swear down I need to come out of this live because I swear I'll go jail today. I will go jail today.
No.
I'll go jail today, bruv. I'll go jail today, bruv. I'll go jail today because you know what? You're worse than these other pussy. You're worse than these other pussy holes out here, big man. Do you know that? You're worse than these fucking white men out here that are causing up all this. These fucking white men out here that are causing up all this division and racism. Because you know what you are? You're sellout Uncle Tom that does the devil's work for them. And you want to talk shit about fucking black footballers. My G, shut the fuck up and get rid of that fucking cat. Fuck up and get rid of that fucking caterpillar off the top of your fucking lip as well. Because you look ridiculous.
Fucking prick.
So, brother, send me your location and we'll see who's a prick.
Yeah, and three cards. I've got severely damaged larynx. I will kindly provide my OBGYN reports. You've also been dealing with another woman on the panel, and I will send my genetic. and I will send my genetic reports as well.
Listen,
so when I'm talking, so when I've been talking about women's rights,
Come back up.
when I've been talking rights,
Come back up.
when I've been talking about women's rights, and you have completely ignored it because all you want is your fucking football to continue going, and you keep on making every gosh darn excuse that you possibly can do. And you keep on ignoring it because all you want to do is just watch football and drink beer
Stop talking,
and do manly man things. It is absolutely fucking pathetic. It is absolutely fucking pathetic. And by the way, to the gentleman at top, can I just to the gentleman up top, can I just say thank you very much? You're an absolute saint. You're a beautiful man, and I thank you very much.
Stop talking.
Reality. Why
Stop
can't you
talking.
accept reality? See, you're blaming the individual. You know better than these people who are blaming immigrants.
You've exposed yourself, man. You've exposed yourself, and you're still talking.
You're
like
lost.
You've given
You're
yourself
a lost
away.
guy.
Silence is
Hold on. Let me speak. Host. Hold on. Let me speak. Host. Do you think that's fair to attack me like that?
Lost guy.
It's not
Yeah, you
attacking
brought
you,
it
though,
on
is
yourself.
it?
You brought it on
It's not
yourself. You brought it on
attacking.
your fucking self. Shut up. You brought it on yourself. Stop now playing the victim because you didn't like the fucking response here. You brought it on yourself. Like the fucking response here, you brought it on yourself, and this is the problem with people like you.
I'm watching football,
you can say what you want, and then when you get it back, it's all boo. Poor me, your host. It's not fair. My ego. It's not fair. My ego. Suck your mother. You're fucking.
You suck your mother. You fucking.
Yeah. When I see you, bro, you'll be sucking my football.
Yeah. We'll see.
We really will see because I'm about this life, bruv. I'm fucking. Because I'm about this life, bruv. I'm fucking about it, mate. Yeah, ask about me if you don't fucking believe me.
I don't give a shit about you.
Ask about me.
Yeah,
and again, what about women's rights? And what about women's rights? What again? The massive amount. What again? The massive amount of domestic violence that takes place with football.
Did I say I agree with what's going on? I'm telling you the reality.
Yeah. But straight away, right? Even though it's doing a huge amount of harm to different races in this country, even though it harms women and girls, every single time there's a football game, I don't care about that. I'm still going to watch football, innit? It's fucking great. I fucking love football. Fucking great. I fucking love football.
Listen,
like seriously, seriously, right? If you actually cared about what we're even talking about, you would absolutely remove that PFP picture of yours, and you would 100% rebuke the so-called beautiful game, because the truth of the matter being, the deep dark secret is one of the most ugliest
football
games
does
alive.
actually do a lot for communities as well. You know that, yeah? Football football does community relations because it's good PR. Because it's good PR. It's good public relations. Plus, when they do community stuff, they can use it as a tax write-off, and they can save a bit of money. So don't give me that.
Jimmy Savile used to give money to children's charities.
Yeah. So you've answered your own questions, then, haven't you?
Yeah.
So they won't touch the bad stuff, but they'll only touch the good stuff.
Right, 3 cards. Could I also add the
Hold on. Oh, 3 card. Lady at the top. 3 card. Lady at the top. She's been waiting.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Mazzy coming after.
Fine. I'm a bit lost because I was going to bring it back to the conversation, but if people want to still talk on what we're talking about, then that is fine. But I think that organisationally, football is part of an institution. Like, it's no longer what it used to be. This, or maybe it's always been this, but this sport that is all about collectivism and bringing people together. It's now so heavily politicized.
It's a business. It's money.
And what we're seeing is that we have these institutional biases. Happening, the complicity with genocides happening via Israel. And then on top of that, racism that still hasn't been stamped out. We saw Premier League clubs, Liverpool being the top and Arsenal being, I think, tied second with other Premier League teams, being sponsored by brands that have complicitly and actively implicitly and actively contributed to the ongoing genocide being done by Israel. So I feel like there are bigger conversations to be had, because it's no longer just this 22 men kicking a ball on a football pitch
Can I ask
into
you a
a
question
net.
in this
It's now
panel? Who
this
wears Nike?
robbery, 3 cars.
Mazzy, can I just quickly point out something as well? It's not just what's happening with Israel, because I know people just want to focus on that, and I'm not saying we shouldn't. However, can I just point out that in the Qatari World Cup, over 10,000 migrant workers unalived during the construction phase of that. Can we acknowledge?
Auntie, if you would have let me finish, with all due respect, I know it's okay, but I was also going to mention that when the Qatar World Cup was taking place, but even before that, there were lots of people who were enslaved, had their passports taken from them so they could complete these structures within a certain time frame. Within a certain time frame.
And what I wanted to also mention is Qatar and Saudi Arabia's role in the G-side happening in Central Africa, from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, right the way from Sudan all the way over to the Congo. And we and I know people want to concentrate on Israel Palestine, and that's fine, but can we also please acknowledge what is happening in Central Africa right now? Because we always tend to forget what is happening there, and the amount of money that is coming out of both Qatar and Saudi. The fact that Saudi Arabia now owns several English Premier League clubs.
Exactly. And why would the Premier League allow that? And why would the Premier League allow that to happen? This is my argument. You're having a go at me, saying I'm not supporting these things at all. You know, football's a release for me. I'm a family man, right? I've got kids. I'm a family man, right? I've got kids. I've got a wife. I've got a job, right? Okay. Football's an entertainment for me. I don't get involved in these politics. If my team loses,
but you
I don't
should,
go
man.
out and cry.
But you should.
I don't go out fighting, right? Fighting, right?
But you should stand up. But you should stand up.
What would you like? This is the argument I had last time. What would you like me to do? Just stop watching last time. What would you like me to do? Just stop watching it then.
No, I'm not saying you to stop watching it. You should, if you hear racism and someone's next to you, you should call them out.
And what if I get bottled in the head, or I've got to get bottled in the head, or I've got 2 little boys, man.
I've got a little girl. If I heard racism, I'd call it out. I wouldn't care.
I'm not even going to listen, mate. I'm not even going to the parade. I'm not even going to the parade.
It's not just about racism.
I'm a Portsmouth fan.
You also have. Sorry, Rob. Go ahead.
I'm a Portsmouth fan. I don't know if you know much about Portsmouth fans, but we don't mess around. We don't mess around. We don't mess around. If I had a Portsmouth,
found that out personally.
If I find a Portsmouth fan that is being racist, I'm going to call it out, and I'm going to guarantee you that every other Portsmouth fan around me will turn to that person and treat them exactly the same. And that person would not be in that stand anymore.
I don't even go to games anymore. And also, I'm not even going to the parade on Sunday, because I don't want to get involved in anything, because I can guarantee there's going to be problems there, right? So I'm not going to the parade. I'd love to go to the parade, but I can't. I wanted to take my 2 boys there, to watch the parade, to watch the players, but I'm not even going.
Shit.
Right?
And can I ask my other question now, please? So 3 part.
Sorry, Miss.
No, it's fine. There was a couple of questions that I wanted to ask. And this was the second one. So if you saw sort of like somebody that was calling women because women suffer horrendously at the hands of football, especially if the team's lost, because I almost run alive because the team lost, and that was by the hands of my ex-partner. So if you saw somebody that was saying something harmful about
something harmful about women at these matches or putting other women at risk, what is it that you would do? You've said that you wouldn't say anything, to call out racism because you might get a bonk on the head. Poor you. But what would you do against DV
I've got
against
kids.
women?
My kids come first. Kids come first. Okay. I'm not okay, and I don't. When I go to matches, I don't sit in the middle of the crowd. Okay, I sit at the front.
It's not the answer, though,
basically,
is
you're
it?
not bothered.
It's not the answer, though,
You're
is it?
not bothered.
It's not the answer, is
See,
it?
I'm not okay. So just because I don't do nothing, I'm not
Not bothered about anything.
Right, this is ridiculous.
You see women jumping
You know,
in
what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Run on the middle of the pitch and scream and shout?
No, that's not what I'm asking you to do, man.
That's not.
No, have some balls and stand up for what's right.
Okay,
How about
listen,
that?
That's exactly that,
how many
man.
of you lot? How many?
That's exactly that,
how
man.
many of you lot wear Nike? How many of you lot wear Adidas? How many of you lot wear Lynx deodorant?
Please don't. No, please do not pivot.
People aren't young
Please
boys.
pivot.
People aren't young
Please
boys.
do not pivot away.
Oh, see,
So
now it's a different story
there
now,
are
isn't
many of us.
No, it's not a different story. You're changing the story.
I'm a 60-year-old lady. I stand up, I stand up for what I believe is right. I will stand up against racism. I will stand up against misogyny and bigotry. So, I'm a 60-year-old. I've got disabilities. There's millions of people out there that will stand up for what is right. Why can't you just once? Why can't you just once?
And Mazzy, that's a really great point. But I think what he probably presumes that standing up means standing in the middle of like an altercation, and that's not always what being anti-racist or trying to deconstruct misogyny is all about. Sometimes it is just sitting in conversations where you're being educated. Sometimes it's sending a letter to your MP. Sometimes it's signposting. Sometimes it's signposting people, your friends and family, or people online or in your local community to organisations in your local area. Like, it's not always a case of, I expect you as a man to step into something that might feel unsafe. I think sometimes proactive allyship can often be something as simple as educating oneself, and then also realising that your lived experience will be very different to your daughter's. For example, your daughter has an added layer of oppression that you will never ever experience. She is not only Asian, but she is also a woman or a girl. She's a girl currently, but a woman eventually. You need to understand that her lived experience will be very, very different to your own. What are you going to do to ensure that she's aware of what services are available, what protections are out there, etc., so that she isn't having to face hurdles in the system that's already really hard to navigate.
Right. Host, can I just ask a question? Earlier, when I
There are tears. They're making so much noise.
Right. Earlier, when I come into this live, did I not discuss the issues around immigration and other things like that?
Tears, sorry, can you mute Tears?
Too spicy.
Can Tears mute? Thank you.
Right, host. When I first come into this live, did I or did I not? Right, Right, I wasn't aggressive with nobody. It's till then women come in and tell me to start shut up. Because what they're trying to say is, because I watch football, I'm a racist. No, I'm not. Football, I'm a racist. No, I'm not.
Women. Those women coming in. Wow, dude. Really?
What else are they?
Thanks, Auntie. You got there before me.
The term that you just used. When those women came in.
Yeah.
What do you mean those women? Do you mean when the other panelists came in?
Okay. When the female panelists came in and started telling me to shut up.
What? Because
I told you to shut up.
Perhaps
I told you to shut up.
Perhaps because they along with myself also detect a huge amount of misogyny coming out your mouth. and
Oh
it's
my
not,
God,
and
sake.
it's
Because,
the
right,
fact that
I'm
you.
leaving this.
And it's the
Right,
fact that
I'm
you
leaving this
that,
panel
that
because,
even
honest to
though
God, this is ridiculous.
again,
Just
even though
because.
look, I've got
What
a
are you
damaged
doing?
larynx.
What are
I've
you
got
doing in America? What are you doing in
I've got a
America?
damaged larynx, and so
What
I
are
may
you
not
doing in
sound like
America?
one. Larynx, and so I
What are
may not
you doing in
sound like
America?
one.
You're not
But I
doing fuck
actually
all. You're not
am
doing nothing, are you?
Ask me that
Still
question. Ask me that
when,
I'm just
question.
pointing out.
You're still using.
As
question.
a woman, I'm telling you now. Don't ever speak to myself or any other woman like that or about us.
What?
It's misogynist as fuck, and
What
I'm
are you
sick and
guys
tired
doing?
of it.
Stop wearing Nike. Stop wearing branded stuff that is sponsoring the World Cup.
You're pivoting, you're switch and baiting. You're pivoting, you're switch and baiting. I'm sorry.
No.
I work for the Ministry of Defence. Part of my day job is dealing with war. I'm also
Why don't you tell all them army men to stop watching the football? Tell all them army men to stop watching the football.
Because I've got time off, you dickhead. It's called a holiday. And so I also do a lot of support for medical humanitarian. For Ukraine, right? And let me just tell you this, right? Your attitude is part of the reason why this world is going to shit. Because you don't want to deal with the real issues. You're switch and baiting. And because I deal with war for a living, people like you, it's just like what. People like you, it's just like, what the fuck?
Ready?
Why are you trying to do this switch and bait? Why are you using misogynistic terms? Why are you discounting? Why are you discounting women's call for action by the football clubs to stand up and turn around and deal with the DV?
I've never said that.
Being proactive is listening. Being proactive is listening to
I never
people,
said that.
giving space and listening to the people jumping on board, and you're saying they're shouting at me, they're having a go, but they're giving you a lived experience. You are not going to experience that because it's not your lived experience. But you've got black and brown women coming on and going, hey, you should sit back, close your mouth and listen.
No. Because they're saying that having a personal. I don't mind listening. I listened to Auntie before, right? When he was when there was talking about when there was talking about the things. But the problem I got is when they're personally attacking me, saying that I don't care about racism in football, which I do, right? And I'm not doing any. What would you like me to do?
Hey, stop putting your money through the turnstile. Don't buy the kit. Don't buy the memorabilia. Don't be part of any paid for official membership systems or supporters clubs. Stop putting the money into the football, and as soon as more men stop putting money through the football clubs, then they will be forced to take action, and by proxy, the organisations that represent them, be it the Welsh Football Association, the English Football Association, UEFA, all the way up to FIFA. It's money. It's money.
Exactly. You answered your own question, yeah. You went, I don't want to listen. They have been telling you. They've been on this panel telling you. And you're not
stop
listening.
Watching football, stop going.
And you're not
stop watching football, stop going through the turnstiles. Okay, so me, one person, is going to make a whole heap of difference.
No, but you're one person who's got a voice. Use that voice and speak to other men. Use that voice to other men. Point out what's going on. Have the conversations amongst your family and your friends. Use that
my family don't like football. It's only me.
Whatever. I gather your family still are all, are for women's rights and not being racist, fucks.
Obviously,
so have a conversation with them. They will have conversations with other people. It starts, they always say that football is a community sport, and it starts from the grassroots up. And people need to have these conversations with their family, with their friends, with the lads down the pubs about what the fuck's going on. It needs to start at the grassroots so that it spreads like wildfire through it spreads like wildfire through the lower leagues, and then it'll rapidly ascend all the way up to the Premiership. People are lazy. People don't want to do it because it's a risk factor. Because it's a risk factor. Life is a risk, and if you're a woman, life is a much higher risk. And if you're a person of and you yourself are not not white, right? You're an Asian person, right?
Yeah,
you yourself deal with racism on a daily basis.
No, I don't.
Well, okay, aren't you lucky? Aren't you lucky? Aren't you lucky that you don't have to deal with racism because people in your area therefore aren't being racist to you because they've had those conversations and they've dealt with the racists, at least towards your type of ethnicity. You've got a wonderful black dude up top, who's basically trying to say, look at my skin color. And I'm sorry if I'm talking for you, and I will shut up if you wish me to. But
it's pretty much.
Thank you. But you know. But you know, he walks around every single day, and he has to deal with the fact that the people see the color of his skin. They will make assumptions based upon that. They will have based upon that. They will have a go at him, and that's fucking shit. And be it racism or the ill treatment of women. And if you're a BIPOC woman, fuck me, you've got the double. And fuck me, you've got the double whammy.
It's a real thing, misogynoir, and that is what your daughter's going to experience when they.
I haven't got a daughter.
Yeah. So Three Cows, what do you think about what Butterfly was saying about sending emails, speaking to other people that show misogyny and whatever,
can I tell you what I do?
You don't have to be in the middle of anything. That you could do these other things that could protect women and children. We have to look at women and children and racism as a danger to society when football is on, and for people of colour every single day.
Okay. Yeah. So I work with young student athletes on help developing their personal brands for market sale, right? Okay. Because these are students who don't understand how.
Not answering the question.
So let me tell you then, okay. And I talk to them about these situations that they're gonna face every day. That if you miss a goal, if you don't do this, you're going to get this. If you go onto social media, show this, show that, this is what's going to be expectations. Now, you've either got to deal with it, or you don't do it. Okay?
What are you teaching your boys, though? Because I know my boys, I taught them about sex with boys. I taught them about sexism, misogynoir, the violence towards women, what can happen.
They're 9 months and 22 months.
Are you going to have those discussions with them?
Of course I will.
You've ignored every single question that anyone's asked you.
I've just answered the questions. I think you need to open up your ears, mate.
You've not.
How are you going to handle those?
You've not.
How are you going to handle those discussions? How are you going to start those discussions at the time you think?
What's that got to do with you?
As a white tea woman, I'll tell you what I did as a mother when my children were old enough to start babbling and understanding the environment around them. Because with white tea, we have to have these uncomfortable discussions about supremacy, about the language that we use, about our own biases, how to treat people, how to approach people, and with the language and the tones and the body language that we are using. So this is what I did. My eldest son is, I think, about 45, and my youngest son is 33. I have got grandchildren. They are having the same conversations with the grandchildren, and I am a guardian to a little girl that I have had into a little girl that I have had those uncomfortable discussions with. And as a whitey person, every single day I have to look inside myself about my own biases, deconstruct supremacy. And even though I won't be able to deconstruct supremacy fully, because as a whitey person, I have got that privilege, because I know that I can go and get medical treatment and I will be cared for at the first point of contact. Where if you look at some of the equipment within the medical fields, it's not calibrated for non-whitey skin. So if a person gets hurt due to racism or misogyny, then is that person actually looked after at the first point of contact because their skin?
What equipment is that? Then I've never heard of that.
Let me land my plane. You might understand. So if it's a person of colour that has been hurt because of misogyny or racism, are they then cared for within the system, the systematic failures? So this is what we need as society to be doing, encouraging other people to do, and continue doing it day in and day out.
Okay.
I've landed.
Then what you need to do is you need to go to the director of the NHS and you need to make sure that their staff's got proper training. Like the British police, like what happened to that poor lad, lack of training. Right? Do you see where it lies with? Yeah? It doesn't lie with the individuals.
It's institutional racism.
Is exactly. Well, that's not right. How can they be racist
if you want to talk about the NHS, talk to me about it.
How can the police be racist against their own? They were white police officers racist against their own. They were white police officers. There wasn't brown police officers. So what I'm trying to say is, I understand what you guys are saying. That boycott this, boycott that, boycott this, boycott that. Okay, I understand this, boycott that. Okay, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. I get what you're saying to me, and I'm going to openly say to you that I'm sorry. I love my football team, and I'll be continuing watching the football team. I will watch the England team as well, right? And when England win the World Cup, if they win the World Cup, I will celebrate. Okay, I apologise if that offends all of you guys, but as that's me as an individual, and I'm sorry if it offends you guys. I'm really sorry. Yes, there is racism in football. Yes, there is DV in football. Yes, there is DV. Yes, there is problems in football, but it needs to start from the top, from the fans, like the whole said. People need to take responsibility. Me as a fan, I probably do need to.
It needs to start with an individual.
Well, I haven't. One individual is going to make a whole difference.
Yes,
you
but
guys have done that.
Every individual that's tackling it, it's not just one person. It could be millions of people.
That I haven't bought next season's Arsenal strip, right? I haven't bought Arsenal strip. I haven't bought an England top. Okay, I haven't bought these things. Okay, I haven't bought these things.
It takes a village, man.
Yeah, of course it does, my bro. But what do you want me to do on a weekend?
No, maybe take kids to the park.
I'll do all of that.
It takes a village, yeah.
You asked the question. I just don't.
I understand all these. I understand all these things, and I'm against all these things. Okay, I am. Please believe me, I am. Right. I'm married with 2 children. Do you think I treat my missus like that in front of my kids? No.
But it's not about you.
Kids, no.
But it's not about you. It's not about you. You're missing the point. It's not about you.
No, but it was a personal attack. These panelists that come on, they attack me and tell me to shut up. Yeah, I'm not acknowledging that there's no. Yeah, I'm not acknowledging that there's no racism in football.
What you're looking at, what you're looking so insular, like you're looking so inward at yourself and what you do.
Because I'm being attacked personally.
You need to look outwards and change your view. You need to look outwards and change your view and change your view and do something about it, rather than go, they're attacking me. You need to look outwards and start thinking about what everyone else is doing, and how you can make a change there.
Okay, so let's all boycott McDonald's. Let's all boycott Links. Let's all
already
boycott
doing it.
Nike because we know that Nike and Adidas, who are the sponsors, main sponsors of the Premier League, use young children in Pakistan to build their clothes, which then you lot go to Sports Direct and pay money. Let's boycott Sports Direct. If that's the case, let's boycott whole of everything because every brand and every company has a history of negativity. So in that case, let's all do it.
That's
You
what
lot all
most
eat
of us
McDonald's, don't you?
do. No, I
Yeah.
believe I stopped. I believe I stopped having them years ago. I buy everything thrifted. I don't buy into the new system of capitalism.
Right. Well, people do. Unfortunately, people do. So what you got to do is you got to find a way. You got to get to the top of these people. These people don't care. So I tell you why these people don't care because their pockets are lined. Because their pockets are lined. The bosses of these companies, the bosses of FIFA, their pockets are lined. They're living in mansions with swimming pools and tennis courts. Yeah, because of people like me. I'll give you that. Okay, but because of other people. But do you think just because if I stop buying an Arsenal t-shirt, which I haven't bought this season, which I'm a bit pissed off about, I wanted to buy one, but when I went on that panel the other day, I thought, okay, you know what, I won't buy an Arsenal t-shirt this season, and I haven't, and that's God's honest truth. If my kids are down, downstairs now.
Yeah, but
I
the
haven't bought an
reality
Arsenal
is,
t-shirt.
right, the thing is, right, if you really want to be anal about the whole situation, there are companies all over the planet that have exploited other human beings. It's happening to this very, very fucking day, and we are going to ultimately be extremely limited to local boutique, mama and papa, as the Americans term would use it, stores, and it would all have to be local handmade crafts, etc. That is beyond the economic means of the vast majority of the population, not just in the UK, but also on a global level, right? I think we can all agree to that, okay? But when it comes down to it, it's harm mitigation. If a company 100 years ago was a bastard, but it has done everything it can over the past 60 to 80 years to reverse that course, and has done everything it can to try and help its victims, etc., and it's maintaining that course, then do we buy into it? Well, I say if and this is my personal opinion, but if they have proven to have gone down that road and they have maintained that, and that's their policy, and that's their ethos, then we should give them a chance. If they're still the same bastards who were doing the same shit 100 years ago, we absolutely don't buy into them.
And Nike's still doing it now, and Adidas are still doing it now. They've only made working conditions okay, but they're still doing it. And you look at McDonald's, the way that they treat their staff. There's been so many cases of SA in staff rooms, misogyny, but yet still people. McDonald's taking 19 million pounds a day.
You're not taking accountability for yourself. You're blaming everything else but yourself.
I kind of have a question, a little bit. It's all well and good with everyone saying boycott this, boycott that, but unless the vast majority of people do it, I don't think it's going to make much of an impact. You want to take it back to what football, especially FIFA, one of their biggest supporters is Visa. Everybody take out your bank card right now. What's it got written on it?
Yeah,
Visa.
and that's yeah. And
Visa also massively back Israel.
Yeah, but it's not just Israel. Again, it's the places like Saudi Arabia, which and Qatar. We gotta stop. We gotta make sure we include them in the issues as well.
How many people invest in cryptocurrency?
And,
How many
this
people
is when
here
it, and
invest
this is
in?
and this is yeah, but hold on. This is one of the reasons why this is one of the reasons why Europe, the European Union specifically, especially now because of Trump being a complete prick. Well, he was always a prick, but prick supreme. Prick supreme these days. Europe is creating alternatives to both Visa and MasterCard that will also be ethically backed. And the moment those alternatives come out, because the trouble is, you've got Visa, you've got MasterCard, you've got the SWIFT system. Again, it goes back to why I entered this chat in the first place. It goes back to the petrodollar price. It goes back to the petrodollar and petrodollar preservation. And until we get out of the petrodollar exchange system and we free ourselves financially to be able to make more ethical decisions, we're basically trapped, and we can't do anything about it, and we can't
community activities in terms of activities in terms of
and this is
making
one of the
clothes.
reasons. But this is one of the reasons why we should be pushing back against the digitization of currency. This is why cash is queen and cash is queen and cash is king. And we need to be using cash, because at least with cash we cut out the bastards like Visa, as you mentioned.
But the reason that won't happen again, and I'm not for it, just because I'm giving you is because the government wants to monitor what everybody's doing with their money. They can't do that with cash.
It's
right. So whether you like it or not, right, the hierarchy of the system saying, well, we want to change this, it's going to change. You don't matter how many petitions you write. No matter how many petitions you write, and how many signatures you put down. Right?
If people
say we're going to make currency digital,
if people
they're going to make it digital.
I know it's more difficult. They've closed. I know it's more difficult. They've closed down multiple branches. But if people just took a little time each week, if possible, every 2 weeks, like people's finances are tight. I get it, and people may not have the money to bulk take out a bit of cash in one go. But if more people went to the branch, demanded cash, which is their legal right to do so, and then turned up at shops and stores and demanded to pay in cash en masse, there would be nothing. They would have no choice, because if they won't accept the cash, you walk away. If they won't accept the cash, you walk away, and you don't pay, and you don't do the transaction with that company.
I see where you're coming from, but I do genuinely believe that cash is becoming completely obsolete now.
It
pushed it even more when obviously with lockdown and C-19. But even before then, I saw the decline in cash and it all just going sort of like downhill sort of thing. And I kind of get it, because it is kind of a safety mechanism as well, especially for, say, like 80-year-old Doris who, I don't know, maybe she gets 600 quid a week of her pensions or something. She's withdrawing all it takes is some knobhead to knock her over, rob her handbag, and that's it. Doris has got nothing. Doris has got nothing for the week. Whereas if somebody frauds your bank, if I lose my bank card and somebody uses my card on contactless, my bank will give me that money back.
And also the safety aspect is, and I hate to say it, but it's also the fact that you've got these small businesses, and they've got to keep large volumes of cash on premises in order to be a cash business, and it prevents them being robbed. And this is one of the reasons why you don't often hear about robberies of stores for cash anymore, because the cash has been taken out of them, or at least it's not worth the robbery, because it's only got a couple of £100 instead of thousands.
Yeah, and they did start putting things in place, like, you must see them sometimes, like going to supermarkets and banks with the massive briefcase, the metal case thing and stuff, and with the helmet and everything on. If you take if that thing goes too far away from the van, the thing implodes and it just dies everything, and it can't be washed off.
And I'm not I'm not saying that we can't, but you are right. Visa is something which we need to be looking to change, and that's why the moment the European Central Bank and others within Europe generate this system, we need to push our country to join the new European system as hard as possible to cut the visa out from our lives.
But visas are 500. There's a 500. What do you call it? 500 company. So the amount of shareholders and stock and everything that it
It
held.
doesn't matter. All the European banks, the banks owned by Europe are going to be dumping Visa, the American system. That is going to massively impact on their Fortune 500 status, and the sooner the fucking better, as far as I'm concerned. If we're going to do better in Europe and we're going to kind of repair some of our history, or at least try and do better, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. Ways
of doing it. China does it. If you watch Open Bookshelf, they do social media. Protests. So they'll call out the organisations, say it be Visa, and then they start hitting them, and they just take over the social media. So once you hit Visa, that's all going to come up that people are protesting it. It's a new way of doing it because they can get in a lot of trouble for protesting.
And that will soon get banned in China, because when these organisations have to change their policies and procedures and they start losing money, the government will be like, we're not getting so much tax anymore from this company because they've had to change this. So you know what? Now we're going to stop you from protesting online as well. Do you understand?
They've been doing it for years. They haven't stopped them, and they actually do listen. To him. Surprisingly, if you listen to Open Bookshelf, who's on TikTok, it does work for them.
The problem, like I said to you, the problem over here in this country is right. It needs to, individual need to take responsibility. I hear that, yeah, but the top need to take the most responsibility. You look at Gary Neville, who's on Sky, right? He made, I don't know if you guys know that he made a remark a few months ago about white Englishmen or why immigrants are hated, right? But these are the white Englishmen that made his career, right? He had so much backlash from it. It was unbelievable. In the end, Sky had to take him off for a couple of matches just so the heat would die down. Do you understand what I'm saying? Instead of Sky taking a stance and suspending him, right? For causing a divide or thingy, they paid him.
But again, it's the whole ethos, it's the whole mentality, it's the mindset needs to change. Like one set needs to change. Like one of the I don't know, like who's here that's old enough to remember when we went from Division 1 to the Premier League. Who's old enough to remember that? I
was 9. No, I wasn't even 9.
I would be, but I don't watch football.
I remember. I was 6.
I've got
1992.
Okay, so what you got to remember. Right, is that throughout the late 70s and right the way throughout the 80s, England was banned. England was banned a lot of the time from football competitions because of the vile thuggery, the hooliganism, you name it, it was going on. Now it was so bad that Margaret Thatcher appointed a hooligan czar. It was that fucking bad. And then of course what happened then was that they managed to like kind of neutralize some of the hooliganism, and in fact actually some of the England fans acquitted themselves so brilliantly in Italy that the England fans went from being shuttled onto a small island to contain them to being welcomed in the mainland Italy. In case you didn't know, they Italy. In case you didn't know, they literally made sure all England games were on a small island because England fans were so feared during the Italian World Cup. World Cup.
See, I don't think that's a bad idea though, because there always are going to be some teams out there with absolute dickhead fans. Like, look what happened with the two teams. Look what happened with the two teams in Tel Aviv. So they got banned from the UK. They weren't allowed to. And they was allowed to compete, but the fans weren't allowed to come over, and there was a massive uproar about it. Just want to jump back to the uproar about it. Just want to jump back to the Gary Neville thing. Was he wrong though?
And
he wasn't racist, but
he's not. No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
So,
but it doesn't suit. It doesn't suit.
I just need.
No, but that's.
I just need.
No, but that's why Sky didn't fire him or anything like that, because he wasn't wrong. He was literally pointing out the double standards and the racism.
But you see. But you see where Sky makes the most money.
Can I just have the 30 seconds to land my point? Because I was just kind of in the middle, please. And I agree with what you've just said, by the way, 100%. But the thing is, right, and then they created the Premier League because lots of English clubs were going broke because they weren't getting the competitions, they weren't getting the money because they weren't allowed to play. And then they created the Premier League, and they went from free to air to a paywall system with Sky and Alan Sugar and all of that, because it was BBC and ITV in partnership. And as soon as the big money entered football, what happened then was that all of the negativity, it went underground for about 10 years throughout the 90s, because people realized that if they continued the way they were going, these clubs that they kept on fighting and battering other people around the head for, they would unalive, they would cease to be. And in early noughties, it reared its ugly head. It's never truly been dealt with. None of this has been dealt with within football. And it's because, and the only time it was ever dealt with effectively was fans fearing their teams would go extinct.
They just found new ways to do it. Though, aren't they? So
I know.
I'll take you back to the. Oh crap! When did Park play for United? 2005, 2005-ish. Does anyone
2004, 2005, yeah, something like that.
Does anyone remember
2004 to around 2010, 11.
Yeah, does anyone remember the Park chant?
Sorry, who? Park?
Yeah.
Park.
Korean player.
Something about
wherever you may be. You eat dogs in your home country.
Yeah.
So all they did was move the racism from in between each other kicking off, because they didn't want they're obviously the team being banned, to then shouting at their own goddamn players. That was a United chant. He played for United. That weren't sung by the opposition.
So clubs now are taking responsibility for fans. They are fining, and FIFA are fining clubs. Up to 50 grand. I know that's only a drop in the ocean, but they are fining clubs for if they can't control.
What they need to do. They don't financially penalise clubs that are worth billions. It's no point unless you're fining them something like 10 or 20% of operational profit, to actually make it genuinely hurt. They need to be doxing points. So clubs don't win cups, then the glory and everything that goes with it. That would be a real punishment, but they won't do that because there's too much money at the top clubs, and they don't want to risk suddenly upending tables by having to literally send a shit ton of clubs down to the middle or the bottom of the tables just because their fans can't control themselves.
And because then what will happen is all that tax. So a match day, on a match day, a Premier League team at the top can make £11.5 million. Okay, now they have 4 matches, so that's no. Can you imagine all 4 matches? So that's no. Can you imagine all that tax? And then they get all the money from the sponsors as well. And sponsors only want to sponsor the teams that are in the top 6. Give them all the top money. So as soon as you start to deduct points, and this is what I was saying to you earlier, it's all good and well saying and doing things, but you got to look at why they won't do it. Why they won't do it is because they won't get that much tax. Premier League, Champions League won't make that much money off these competitions if they get the top teams down.
One of the reasons why football is out of control, and it has been for a long time with the finances, because we are literally allowing football to be owned and operated, not in its entirety, but by far too many global human rights abusers. They don't give a fuck about general human rights. They don't give a fuck about general human rights. They don't give a fuck about women's rights. Most certainly they don't give a fuck about women's rights. And they really don't care about the racism, because so long as they're making the money and they get the representations, and also in some cases their egos are stroked, that's all they care about.
Could I ask you a question? You know these organisations. You know these people who own these organisations. For example, right? You know they give their marketing and their messaging, their I forgot the technical name of it. Their messaging on their website. This is what we stand for. This website. This is what we stand for. This, but in actual fact, these people treat their own families like shit. Okay, a prime example of that is Elon Musk. Elon Musk's daughter, I think he don't even speak to her.
Yeah, she came out as trans.
Exactly. So can you understand, right? If you look at Tesla's narrative, if you look at all the brands that he's involved with, we're good people. We do this, we do that. We support women's equals rights. We support that. We support this. But yet, he doesn't even speak to his own daughter because. Do you understand? Do you see my point?
It's for me. It's for me. It's just one rule for one class and one rule for another, and that's how it is always going to be unless something dramatically changes. And I don't know how that could even happen. I'll give you an example, like a real world example. So there's a place in London, and you probably all know about it. There's always a top end Ferrari parked on the double yellow lines. The guy who owns that Ferrari is stupidly rich, and he doesn't care that he parks on them double yellows, on the fire lines, anything. Because to him, that's just the price to park. £200 every day where he's paying just to park there on the double yellows. That's ridiculous. But because the money is nothing to him, he'll pay it. It's just a park. It's just a price to pay to park, like in a car park, like we would park in a car park. We might pay £2-3
What company does he own? What company does he own?
I can't remember. You'll recognise a bright fucking yellow thing.
Yeah, but yet again,
but it's
people
the same
are
with the
making him
football
rich.
companies and stuff like that.
Yeah. There you go. This is my exact
fines the fines and stuff like that is nothing to them. It's pittance. That's just like, oh, someone's done something wrong. Oh, someone's got a red car. Someone's done something wrong. Oh, someone's got a red car. Someone's done this. Someone's gone onto the page. Blah blah blah. Oh, it's only $1 million. Pay the fine. Fuck it off. We don't care. We've still got another 6-7 billion sat in the bank. 6-7 billion sat in the bank. It's nothing. I think Leanne wants to come in. Leanne, quick. It's quiet. Leanne, quick. It's quiet.
Oh, sorry. I was on mute. Hi guys. Good morning. Please mods, make sure free card at the bottom stays on mute whilst I talk. First of all, hi, because I didn't even get to greet you guys. when I came up. Oh gosh, what can I say? First of all, big shout out. Big shout out apparently to all of you guys. Apparently you guys had my back when I had to disappear quickly. And Tiz, I wanted to gift him, but I think at that point the gifting was suspended and then he's gone. He's run away. If you're here, Tiz, please big shout out to you because this was my issue with free card in the same panel a couple of days ago. So I genuinely just wanted to come up to you guys just to give you a warning about 3 card here at the bottom, you know. So basically he denies racism, and then he denies that it's even a problem within football. He said it's a small minority because when he was growing up he had black friends. He doesn't believe in boycotting whatsoever. He believes the fans don't have any type of responsibility. He called me a racist for simply exposing himself on that live. That's why he said earlier, I don't know if you guys caught it, he said earlier in the live that thank you guys for not being a racist panel and not being a racist space, because me and several other people called him out, and another guy on his BS. He doesn't believe racism's even an issue. I'm going to be so honest. Like, one person on the panel was saying that football was basically a cult, because the fact that you can't be asked to call out racism because it doesn't directly affect you, what's the point of it? He says, well, so what? You guys want me? You guys want me to boycott, and then what? Like, what do you want me to do as an individual? Kept saying that question 100 times when no one told him to boycott. Nobody told him to boycott. Nobody called him a racist, but he was more than happy to call me a racist several times because I'm simply calling him out on his BS. And then what else was he saying off my head? Because he said a whole lot. As you guys have seen, he's probably a waste of time to speak to him because he doesn't give a heck. He doesn't believe that there's power in individuality, let alone in numbers. I can't remember if it was him or the sellout that was next to him that said that when someone does say a racist chant or says something racist, that he reports to the steward, as if it's the steward's job. Oh, it was you. Okay, so yeah, he said that
So I'm gonna get a chance to defend myself.
No, you don't need to defend yourself. There's nothing to defend. No, you don't need to defend yourself. There's nothing to defend.
No, see what I mean?
You said it on the. You said it.
I mean?
There we go. Again.
Yeah.
This is what he does. See, there we go. He will keep exposing himself because for some reason, I trigger him because you guys know me. I'm all chill, but when somebody's being a racist, xenophobe, Islamophobe, sexist, whatever, guys, I can't help but call it out. I have to call it out for what it is. And a man that sits on his phone all day that is apparently Asian but doesn't care about racism, it's quite alarming. When I said to him that the whole entire English team, there is not 100% British English person on it, he was challenging me up on it and said, so what? He started saying, well, I don't agree with the team. Other people should have been picked anyway. So again, downplaying the players that are within the England squad. So I don't know what you want to defend, because the same thing you said in that live is the same thing you said here, and a lot of people caught you out when I was here. People did catch you out. There's nothing to defend. Your stance is your stance. You don't care for racism. You downplayed it a whole heck of a lot. You don't care to do anything about it. You're going to keep going to the games and drinking your beer and shouting with your white friends. Continue doing it. No one cares about you, really and truly, because you don't care about it. So we don't need people like you here that are going to be in a panel or in a discussion about racism within football, and you're going to sit here and be disingenuous and in one breath say, well, yeah, you know what? It's the top dogs that should be taking accountability. But as I told you in the live a couple of days ago, without the fans, there's no club. Without you guys paying your money and attending the games, without you guys supporting, there's no team. And again, as I told you in the live a couple of days ago, there has definitely 100% been times when players definitely 100% been times when players have boycotted and walked off pitches and stopped games. The same as clubs have taken a stance. Oh, and do you know what he said as well? Sorry, just reminded me off my head a bit early in the morning. He was basically saying Saka, who's the French Mbappe. He was saying that them calling out racism is a PR stunt. Those guys don't really care. Those guys don't really care about racism. Obviously, I did challenge him on that and called him an outright liar because, you know, we do know that there was the stance of taking the knee and whatever else. He didn't say He didn't say anything when I said that to him because he knew what he said was an absolute lie. But yeah, just to let you guys know about this stupid idiot at the bottom, 3 card, because, yeah, he said that these guys... Oh, he's gone. Oh, damn.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, Sarah gave him some information on places to go, things that he could do, things that he could say. And I asked him what he was going to do with that information. And then he was just going on to, I think it was Nike and Adidas. Completely
I told you.
pivoted away from
It was just a
every
deflection, wasn't it?
question.
It was a deflection every single time.
Yeah.
Did you guys rip into him? Did you guys rip into him as well?
Huh?
Yeah.
Did you guys
I've
rip
just
into him
ripped.
as well?
Yeah, everyone did.
Oh, of course.
Oh, I love you guys, man.
Yeah, I spotted him straight away, which is why I fucking targeted him.
Because I was like, oh no, I know this guy from a different panel. I want you guys to know what he's about. I don't want you guys to waste your breath. And I was like, oh, thank God you guys saw it as well. Oh, good.
Yeah, because he pivoted, he switched and baited, he kept on trying to move around, and I was like, I deal with warfare for a living. This is going to be like dynamiting a carp in a barrel. And he was just he's people like that are disingenuous. They don't give a flying fuck. All he cares about is beer, football, and the boys down the pub where he can talk his bullshit to.
Yeah.
Because I'm a man, I gotta have beer, football, and the boys. Wah!
And do you guys see?
Wah!
And do you guys see how my presence alone? I don't even think I said like 4 words when I first came up. Do you guys see how my presence alone just triggered his soul? Like it triggered his soul.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mazzy, the thing is, and this is where I want people to acknowledge this, right? Southeastern Asians, and I have can be just as racist towards brown and black people as white people because they have a hierarchical system in Southeastern Asia where we're based upon a lot of their ancient royal families, their royal courts and their imperial courts, the lighter skinned people in Asian countries are always given a priority. And in fact, when C-19 broke out, the Chinese, instead of taking ownership because they've got this godforsaken saving face culture out there, they started attacking any black people within China by putting signs up all over China saying Africans cause the cough and stuff like that. So just because somebody is a minority in this country, they are still part of a global majority of people from that part of the world who are racist motherfuckers.
It's even worse coming from them. What's your name? Sorry, I think her name's Auntie. It's even worse when it comes from the other minorities because it's like, you do know we're kind of fighting the same fight here, but reminder, you still remember you're above us, you know.
Well, again, like these people.
That's why I had that up at first. Sorry, Auntie. That's why I had that up. I'm just like, I'm just like sellouts, just fucking horrendous.
Yeah,
absolutely horrendous.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when I went to the counter protest in Manchester, you saw a lot of Sikhs on the side of Britain First and all that.
They're what we call them. So you see how we've got like Kemi, Priti Patel. Who else did we have? Rishi Sunak, the mayor of London. All of these people where, you know, racists will cling on to it. Oh, well, I've got a black friend and I've got a Muslim friend and, you know, friend and I've got a Muslim friend and, you know, you've got Kemi and you've got the mayor of London. They don't realize that they are sellouts and they are like, we call them coconuts, yeah, but people think it's a racial term. But
brown on the outside, white on the inside.
Yeah, they will sell out their own identity. For example, Kemi, not long ago, she was exposed on TikTok because I don't even know why they went that far, but they exposed her speech at her dad's funeral, and it was only a couple of years ago. She literally said at the funeral, "Oh, me and my dad were really close. We're really proud Nigerians, and we love the fact of learning the British culture here. And she was saying something about Britain, and it's like she's completely done a 360 from doing a speech at her dad's funeral, to being in political power. So, yeah, Kemi, we don't like her, and several other people.
Kemi can get in the bin.
Kemi's a horrible one. If anyone, unfortunately, guys, I've got to end the live short because my phone's about to lose its battery. But anyone hasn't seen, check out Femi's recent video with him having a small clip of a debate with Layla Cunningham for Reform, who literally sits there and says,
she exposed.
"I've got nothing against Pakistanis. I've got Pakistani friends. Yeah, yeah. Go on, CSL.
She's a fucking sellout. She's a full-on sellout.
I hate when people.
And Richard Tice is someone that we need to be very careful of because Glenn Gibson mentioned, we should melt all Nigerians and put them to fill up potholes. And what was Richard Tice's response? The deputy, but you know, we've got a bigger problem at hand. It's the anti-Semitism issue. I'm like,
sorry,
what was your first response?
Sorry, do they think brown people will melt? And you can use them as tar? That's grotesque.
Yeah,
that's exactly what Glenn Gibson from Sunderland said. So he was a Sunderland Reform MP.
And he specifically said Nigerians.
And if we're talking about Reform, do you remember that arsehole who did the who was in Reform? Who did that Yahtzee salute and was caught on film doing it? Let me just pull it up a second, Andre. 2 seconds here, my sweets.
I remember. I do know there was another lady called Lucy Connolly or something like that. She said that we should burn all the hotels.
Would you mind, Andre? Would you mind just banging me up in the tree? Thanks. So yeah, that prick. He has just become the senior advisor to the new Welsh Reform UK leader.
What's his
Bear
name?
in mind that I'll get it for you in a second.
That's disgusting. How are these people getting away with this?
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you've got to remember, right, what happened to the previous Reform Wales leader? Does anybody know? David Gill?
Nope.
David Gill.
David Gill.
Russian money. Russian money.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's currently doing 10.5 years in jail because he's a traitor to the nation, because he was taking massive amounts of bribes from Russia. What we got to remember here is Reform. What we got to remember is Reform UK, and these fucking bastards. They are traitors. They are taking money from Russia. They are taking money from the MAGA Heritage Foundation, Seven Mountains Mandate bastards in the United States. And this is one of the things that really pisses me off about why Ofgem has allowed Elon Musk to have an energy license in the UK, which will now give him the ability via a UK owned and operated company, but that he is the major shareholder in, to be able to donate to our political parties. What the fuck are we doing, people? What the fuck are we doing, people? Why are we allowing this foreign interference in our country?
I can't believe he's actually found a way around it. Oh dear God.
Yes. And this is why we need to have these discussions, because I love the fact that all these Reform and Restore and EDL Muppets go, oh, we gotta stop Muppets. Go, oh, we gotta stop the boat people, gotta stop the foreigners fucking over our country. Yet they are literally opening the door, putting the red carpet out, cupping the bollocks of these vile human beings like Elon Musk, going, oh, would you? I've got some new knee pads. Would you like me to show them to you? It's that fucking attitude I can't understand.
Yeah.
Stop the boat, stop the immigrants, stop the brown people. But we'll let all the everybody else into the country to finance the bastards. The hypocrisy is grotesque. Grotesque.
A bit concerned because if Reform become power, wouldn't that strengthen Restore? Because Restore, Farage himself said,
can you make me small again, please, Andre?
Restore is too
small again, please, Andre.
Restore is too extreme.
Yeah. No, and they want the gilded age back. The gilded age, where basically men could go around fucking whatever, any woman and girl that they want, where there'll be no age limits, no consent laws. That women will be treated like playthings, and that's what they want. Rupert Lowe has already said he wants the gilded age back, and if you don't know what the gilded age is, please look into it and do it with haste. With haste.
Is that on his mandate?
Yes.
Fucking hell.
And that's what they want. And this is one of the reasons why. It's nothing to do with AIPAC. Well, some of it is to do with AIPAC, but there's a lot of money. But again, there's a lot of money. I know, again, right? And this is, and look, again, right? And this is, and look, we can all criticize Israel, and that's fair play. Not a problem. However, what people need to recognize is that while we continuously concentrate nitpicking on that one country, we completely are forgetting the rest of everybody else who is putting money into this system and who they are and what they represent. And we've got to just stop concentrating, and we've got to stop just taking shots at that one country because it's easy to do so.
Well, they don't do themselves any favor. Well, they don't do themselves any favor, to be honest.
No, but it's
none of them do they?
Yeah, but and the problem is the lobbyists that are lobbying these politicians, whether it's in Europe, in UK, or in America, those same lobbies are also in the same alignment with Israel. That's the problem.
And Saudi and Qatar. And Saudi and Qatar.
Support them as well. I think
so let's mention them as well because if we just
100%.
So please. Because otherwise, what happens is everybody just goes on about the small part that Israel plays when it's Saudi, it's Qatar, it's the fucking Kremlin, and it's these goon squads that are currently in government in the United States.
They're all doing it
in the United States.
They're all doing it, to be honest.
So let's mention all of them, not just the one.
But the thing is, the other countries have to come in as registered foreign lobbies, but the problem is with AIPAC, it's not. Saudi still gets away with it.
Saudi doesn't. Saudi literally has just been sold 100 F-35 been sold 100 F-35s by Donald Trump. Qatar gifted Donald Trump a $400 million aircraft, which is now the new de facto. So again, right? So again, right? I get it.
That's
people
mental.
but people want to just talk about Israel. I fucking get it, and I'm not a defender in that regard of that nation. I want to be clear about that, okay? But if we don't talk about the whole and we just concentrate on the one, we're missing the big picture, and we're not educating people about the true scale of what's going on.
No, 100%. I think that's a very good take on it as well, to be honest. Like, we know that, obviously, I'm not a big fan of Israel. I don't like what they do, but I think we have to be very careful if we just completely single out and isolate Israel or people aligned with them, because we don't want rise of unfortunate anti-Semitism. And people might call it that, oh, we're being anti-Semitic against Israel or whatever, but unfortunately people will take what we're saying and misconstrue it, and they will interpret it in a different way and start
And it also allows the other bastards who are involved in all of this shit to get away with it, because we're not talking about them. You know, if
that's exactly it.
If you're from Central Africa right now and your village has just been plundered by Boko Haram, you don't give a fuck about what's happening between Israel and Palestine. You give a fuck about Saudi's involvement, but we keep on. But that's what I'm saying. The big picture must be talked about, because otherwise we're going to lose, and we're going to lose real fucking hard people.
Yep. This is true. Right, guys, I've got to end the live now because my phone. Phone's literally. I'm on 5%.
Thanks, Andre.
So
Love you.
I'd rather
Thanks,
say
Andre.
thank you very much for all of you coming up and everyone speaking and taking time out for us. Highly appreciated everyone with everything that's been said. I've listened quite intently to everyone, which is really nice. Even some of the more strange ones like Leo. Still can't go over that one, but either way though. But everyone in the comments, thank you for joining us on this. Thank you for taking part, commenting, sharing, reposting, all the good stuff. Shout out to absolutely everybody who's come up and spoken. Been a wonderful time. I will see you guys all soon. Everyone, stay hydrated, enjoy the heat. Salam alaikum. Have a good day.